Good morning. I'm Dr. John Davison, CEO of the Trust, and I'm glad you're able to join us today for our Sequence 12 workshop titled Navigating Challenging Conversations, Ethics, and Risk Management. As a trust policyholder, most of you are likely familiar with our risk management consultation service, the Advocate 800 program. It's one of the many benefits our policyholders receive through the trust. And presenting today's workshop is one of our 8 risk management consultants, Dr. Daniel Taub. Dr. Taub is a clinical psychologist and educator with JD level legal training. He is a professor emeritus at the California School of Professional Psychology, and his areas of professional focus include ethics and legal issues in professional practice, child protection, and addictions. Dr. Taub regularly consults with a wide range of practitioners and community agencies regarding standards of practice and ethical concerns. He serves not only as a trust risk management consultant, but has also been in private practice for over 30 years, and we're fortunate to have him with us today. So I hope everyone learns a lot today. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Daniel Taub.
Thank you very much, John. I appreciate the introduction and welcome everyone. I'm going to go ahead and share the slides that you will also be able to download. And I think you've now got them on your screen. And welcome to Sequence 12. This is our trust risk management sequence on navigating challenging conversations. And this particular workshop we developed because as a group of risk managers, and as John mentioned a few moments ago, there are 8 of us. We have talked over recent years about some of the more difficult situations that our insureds face. And we realize that a lot of these situations have to do with conversations and interactions with clients that are about simply challenging behavior with clients, challenging things to talk about. And so we've chosen that theme for the day. And we've chosen the following 7 areas of 8, including our risk management model, which I'll be reviewing shortly, but 7 areas that seem to emerge with relative frequency in the calls that we have. We are around probably close to 120,000 calls since the inception of the program. And we tend to sample recent calls if we can, and then use those to assist us in crafting these workshops. So briefly, we're going to start with conversations that is addressing and trying to deal with issues of an impaired or unethical colleague. The next topic is one of addressing microaggressions. And these are difficult conversations around diversity and equity and inclusion. And in a time in our nation, in the world, where these conversations are even more fraught. The third set is conversations about how could you write that about me? Access by patients and clients to our records. Particularly under the information blocking rule, which is also known as the open notes rule, and the almost instant access that patients and clients can get to their records when we use EHRs, and some of the issues that arise as a result. The fourth topic is one of we're calling a question of duties, and it has to do with making child abuse reports. And some similar issues arise in making reports regarding vulnerable adults or elders. We probably get maybe 10 to 1 in terms of the conversations that we have with our insureds about reporting that it's child abuse most frequently. So we're using that as our example today. We're then going to talk about conflicts of interest, and especially working with multiple parties in treatment, couples, for example, and getting demands for information and managing the complexities of owing duties to 2 or more people in treatment. And then we're going to spend a bit of time on patients and interjurisdictional and international practice, It's a topic we've talked about quite a few times and continue to talk about in our workshops. It is still among the top 3 or 4 calls that we get because it's a complex area. So we're trying to keep abreast with what is of concern to our callers. And then last, we're going to talk about what we're calling obsessive love, which is stalking, threatening, and harassing behavior on the part of our patients and clients. And then we'll conclude with summary and recommendations, right? And our learning objectives mirror the topics. So I won't go over those in great detail, but we're hoping that you will be able to develop, identify, and describe aspects and solutions in each one of these specific areas. But before we get into the content for the day, I'd like to go over our risk management program. And I know that a number of you here today have been to our workshops before, been to NPC, which I think is going to be very exciting this year, and may know a bit about our risk management program, but useful for, I think, us to do a brief review. Our website is trustinsurance.com, and we have a whole range of resources available to you on that site, right? They include an increasing range of sample documents like informed consent forms, walk and talk therapy, forms for collaterals, as well as an increasing kind of range of continuing education. And so you'll be able to find both live links to where we're doing live workshops, our live webinars, as well as recorded material where you can get CE. For policyholders, you can download a free book, Assessing and Managing Risk in Psychological Practice. And it is, I think, a wonderful resource. It's probably not the book you're going to bring to the Caribbean when you go on vacation and read on the beach. But it's a great resource to have on your virtual or your actual reading shelf, because it really addresses many, many different aspects of risk management that we as risk managers are talking about routinely, and that would allow you to dive into that as needed. So I want you to feel free as policyholders to download that for free. If you're not a policyholder, you can purchase it. It's for a modest price. It's not expensive. We also, of course, do workshops and webinars like this one. And John was kind enough to mention a few of the ones that are upcoming. And there have been some policy enhancements, including deposition representation and some regulatory coverage. For example, Medicare investigations, DHHS investigations. And as a number of you may know, we have our Advocate 800 consultation service. And this consultation service allows policyholders to have a free 20-minute consultation with a member of our risk management team. And the risk management team consists of, well, we've got 5. We actually have a 6th person who we've added to these pictures, and there are 2 more. These are 5 of our 6 most active team members, and they include Liesl Bryant, who's ABPP in forensic psychology in Florida, Julie Jacobs, a JD PsyD in Colorado, Mark Martinez, also in Florida, and also a forensic psychologist, ABPP. Joe Scopo, who's a JD PhD in New York, and we also have Stacy Larson, who is a JD PsyD. So and of course, John already introduced me. Now, there are probably many of you who know Eric Harris and Jeff Youngren. They are really the grandparents of our program and progenitors, and they had retired, but we had an informal pool about how fast it would be before they came back. I lost because I thought it would be probably on the order of a year. They were back within 6 months, and we were so delighted, because if one of us does not have experience with an issue, or we as a group are stymied, the kind of institutional knowledge and memory that Eric has and Jeff has, and their orientation and understanding are remarkable. And we then make sure to ask them if we don't know what the answer is. So they're just wonderful contributors. And you may speak with them in the risk management calls. They're also still providing and putting together resources. So we're just really pleased they're still with us. So in terms of our risk management model, we think about the work that all of us do from the perspective of kind of the gratifications that we have and the challenges. This profession allows us to do many, many different things. We obviously do treatment and assessment, but also consult, do research, teaching, do education and work with the public. We serve people in many, many different ways. And that service can be quite gratifying and is at times quite gratifying. But I think, as all of you are well aware, these roles and gratifications come along with challenges. We work with people who often are deeply troubled and who have characteristics that, for example, folks with cluster B characteristics often really struggle in connection and attachment, which makes treatment more challenging. Right? The people we work with often face many life problems and situations that can be overwhelming. And so those are some of the challenges that our clients or patients bring. For you and me, we're human, of course. And so we have our own vulnerabilities, and there are hazards to this practice that we do. So just to go into a bit of detail about the vulnerabilities that our patients and clients bring, of course, many of us have worked and continue to work with people who've experienced trauma, whether it's in the past and present, whether it's a result of ongoing intimate partner violence, assaults, trafficking. There are all kinds of dimensions, as you know, in addition to the classic PTSD diagnosis. Those are vulnerabilities, and those are also challenges in treatment, as most all of you are well aware. Our clients and patients who struggle with substances, obviously those who struggle with suicidal ideation attempts or threats to harm other people, all bring more vulnerability and more risk into treatment settings. And of course, folks with cluster B, for the reasons that I mentioned a moment ago. And the kinds of risky situations that our clients and patients bring with them include high conflict relationships, custody battles, the demand that one write a letter for them to have long-term disability insurance, or gee, Dr. Dan, can't you write this letter for me and say I'm a good parent when I've never interviewed the other parent or witnessed either parent with their children, right? The request for emotional support animal letters has dropped off because of a change in the regulations in 2020, but it still happens. We still get occasional calls, especially about the Fair Housing Act and patient clients' desire to keep an animal when, for example, there's a new owner of an apartment building who's now imposing a no pet policy, right? And all kinds of unrelated lawsuits. The good news here is that the suit isn't against me or you. The not so good news is that we often get drawn in to these kind of suits, subpoenas, requests for participation. Gee, can you talk to my attorney? And all of those heighten risk, okay? And our vulnerabilities include when we are primary supervisors. I have a gentle person's disagreement with some other professionals who say, oh, it's not risky at all to be a primary supervisor where you're signing off on somebody's hours. And I actually think that's not true. It's a manageable risk, but when you have two postdocs or interns, pre-doc interns, and you're signing off on all their hours, they don't have patients. Those patients are yours, they're mine. And that means that I may go years in having interns and postdocs where maybe there are 20 or 30 patients I've never seen in person. That just means I have less information, which increases risk. Often goes well, frequently, thank goodness, but it also carries additional exposure, right? When we become isolated, this is particularly true when we're in private practice and we don't have a kind of an immediate kind of group of colleagues to work with. And we are human. And in my view, it's our humanity that allows us to connect so well. And unlike AI, which you're hearing a lot about, and we will not be going to a lot into AI today, we have other upcoming workshops where you will get a lot of information about that. But unlike AI, you and I know what it is to suffer and be human. And that increases our ability to genuinely empathize and have an understanding of experience for another human being. But our losses and our health compromises, there are data suggesting that by 50 years old, about two-fifths to half of Americans will have already been on 3 months of full disability. That's by 50. All of us face these kinds of challenges. And they can impair judgment. They can undermine our relative objectivity. I'm not a believer in pure objectivity, but our relative objectivity and our balance. And so it's a double-edged sword, right? Our vulnerability. When we feel very positively towards a client or very negatively towards a client, they're very attractive or potentially very repulsive to us, of course that's going to have an impact. That's been thought about and written about and talked about, since the early approaches to therapy and psychoanalysis and ideas of countertransference, and are alive today. It's very, very real. And then there's just the reality that as bipedal hominids, we have built-in kind of very quick decision making called heuristics in behavioral economics or decision science that bring with them potential biases. And there are quite a few, just some samples, and we've talked about this in more depth in previous workshops, but confirmatory bias, the tendency that we have to seek evidence to confirm our preconceptions and to either underemphasize or ignore information that contradicts our assumptions. Availability is that we often base our causal assumptions, what's going to happen in this particular new situation, on information and experience that's easier to recall. Representativeness problem is that we tend to group new events according to our old categories, often without consideration for base rates or sample sizes. Anchoring is the idea similar to confirmation bias, that when we make an initial estimate, we tend to stick to it, even with contrary information. And of course, the affect heuristic, which is, as I was referring to in some respects to countertransference, this is when we have a variety of feelings in our treatment, in our professional lives, our work, of guilt or happiness or shame. Those experiences pull for what are called action tendencies. And action tendencies also bring with them specific cognitions. And as a result, they can pull our decision-making in the wrong direction. They're also very important because they give us lots of information, but mostly it requires attention and not just action on the basis of the emotional response. And of course, stable traits. For example, if a person is more narcissistic or perhaps has an obsessive compulsive personality disorder, those can cause problems. Fortunately, that's not as common, and certainly not as common as judgment and decision-making biases. And what happens when we have this clash or combination of client or patient vulnerabilities and our own is that the risks can include for us licensing board complaints, which tend to be high incidence. Roughly, 30 to 40% of non-medical mental health providers can expect to have a licensing board complaint during the course of a 20, 25-year career. That doesn't mean there's going to be a finding against you, but it's high incidence. It's also high consequence if there is a negative finding. Malpractice suits, that is professional liability and negligence, they're lower incidence, but also very high consequence in terms of finance. Ethics complaints, for which, of course, there's no insurance coverage. One of the many gifts of the internet and our digital world are negative online reviews, increased insurance audits. All of those are potential risks for you and me in our practice. And of course, one of the risks and the central concern we have is to avoid risk of harm to our patients and clients. And that's the ethical grounding, the prima non nocere. But when we make mistakes, that can cause harm. And then there are sometimes cascades involving one or more of these particular risks. So our risk management model, and we have an acronym for it, and we've been evolving these acronyms. So don't be surprised in new workshops if you encounter others. But the themes are very similar. And in this case, our acronym is Be Safer. Be Safer, right? And the B stands for breathe and slow down. In the previous workshop, we talked more at length about the Navy SEALs idea that slow is smooth and smooth is fast. And the idea here in slowing down, especially in risky and especially in stressful situations, is that we remind ourselves to shift into a more reflective mode. And particularly in situations where we become anxious or we become annoyed or angry or embarrassed, or interestingly enough, based upon research literature, even when we're happy, we tend to not make as good judgments. And a slower approach to our emotional experience, our intuitions, a more self-aware and reflective turn of mind helps to reduce risks, right? And it's akin to mindfulness and reflection. And how to do that in often fast-paced and demanding environments is the issue. And we'll be getting to some how-tos in a moment. The E in Be Safer is to exercise cultural humility and humility generally. The cultural humility is the idea that it's just not possible for us to, as all of us being humans, who grow up in culture and in a cultural soup. It's like, fish in water. It's hard to sometimes recognize our own, and we can't know in a deep way cultures with which we're not familiar. And so we have to maintain a sense of humility that is more process oriented and an orientation towards kind of ongoing learning and development of curiosity, directed toward ourselves and our own cultural grounding, but also towards, of course, the people with whom we're working. And it requires some comfort with the idea that we're always learning. One of the things that I find so gratifying and challenging and humbling all together in the risk management work that I do, and I think my colleagues on the team would agree, is that I'm having to learn new things literally daily, every other day. I'm looking things up, I'm asking questions, I'm talking to colleagues, I'm finding out new things. And so it keeps me humble. And I think that's crucially important in risk management generally, but especially vis-a-vis culture. In the S for safer, the S stands for engage in a solid informed consent process. And informed consent is not just the document. Of course, that's crucial. You don't want to proceed with most treatments, most services without an informed consent document. Certainly, our ethics code doesn't require documentation, but many states, and one could argue a lot of federal standards, for example, under Medicare, you must have documentation. I must have documentation. But it's the informed consent process that, from a risk management perspective, is the focus. Um, because the informed consent allows us to help anticipate surprises with clients and engage in more of a collaborative approach and actually enact ethical standards. It's a living of a respect for autonomy and a respect for the autonomy and the choices of the people with whom we work and their families and their communities. So solid informed consent. The A is to access routine consultation and talking to colleagues. And as a group of risk managers, we are big fans of peer consultation. When needed, experts and risk managers, but ongoing week to week, it is a wonderful way to help slow you down because you can share your thinking. And, in Freud's talking cure, the description of our experience can help us engage our self-reflection. And it also allows us to borrow the knowledge and skills of our colleagues. And it can also help us maintain our own skill level if done routinely with a focus on the alliance engagement and client goals. So really, really helpful, both in terms of the clinical work that we do, but helping us maintain an ethical compass and managing tough situations. The F is to follow a structured decision-making model, and there are many different ethical decision-making models out there. Freeman Williams' model of ethical decision-making from a multicultural perspective is one lovely example. There's Hill and colleagues. Sam Knapp has a model. I mean, there are just a number, and they all have kind of a core 5 elements to them. And for those of you who've done some training in interpersonal cognitive problem solving or just cognitive problem solving itself, it's going to sound very familiar. The structured decision-making processes, you want to first define the issue, then generate alternatives, then evaluate the alternatives, both from an ethical perspective and a consequentialist perspective. What are the risks that are involved? Choose and implement. And many models also add a 6th, which is to try to get feedback, which is a great idea, not always possible to find out whether it's been successful or not. The second E is in ensuring effective self-care, and that's in and out of the office, okay? Taking care of ourselves physically, emotionally, psychologically, supporting our colleagues, another benefit of consultation, helps us slow down. Also, self-care, what we refer to as in-the-moment self-care, is remembering to breathe, remembering to check in with your own experience in the midst of that very intense couple or family session, or in the midst of the challenging meeting or the upset over possible funding cuts in one's agency, to really be checking in, because those are things that can help us reflect and stay more grounded in our values and principles, and also help us manage potential bad outcomes about what can go wrong. What we generally do in this particular workshop and in many is that we use vignettes, and those vignettes are a compilation of issues and our imagination. So if this sounds similar to a situation you have encountered or may have even spoken to us about, please be assured we are taking this not from a specific person, but a conglomeration of hundreds and sometimes even thousands of experiences, unfortunately. So the first vignette is a vignette involving a possibly impaired colleague, right? And in this case, Dr. Chun had known and earlier in her career worked with Dr. English. Um, and it was over the course of, almost a quarter of a century. She respected him and found his input and his thoughtfulness and ongoing support very valuable as they began their careers and developed and then maintained busy private practices. In recent years, they'd lost touch, but when Dr. English called Dr. Chun to meet and have takeout lunch at his office, she was pleased. It was something they had done together early in their careers and talked about both problem solving and consulting with each other. But her pleasure soon turned to chagrin after she arrived and found that Dr. English was sipping a beer and looking flushed, like it wasn't his first. She'd known he'd been in recovery for many years, and in fact, it was part of what lent gravity to the work that he did with patients who were struggling with substance dependence. She was at a loss about what to say and understanding from the conversation with Dr. English that he had a full afternoon and evening of patients ahead of him. And before lunch ended, she decided to raise the issue, as uncomfortable as it was, and mentioned that she was surprised to see that Dr. English was having a beer, especially in the middle of the day. He responded by saying nothing to worry about, that he enjoyed having a little bit of a vacation from time to time. Dr. Chun was stunned into silence given the background and her knowing Dr. English. Um, and after she left the lunch, she found herself thinking repeatedly over the next days about her colleague, aware of how worried she was about that he had relapsed, and also the very likely impact that that could have on his patients, on his career, on his family. So this is one of the more difficult challenges for us as psychologists. In the APA Committee on Colleague Assistance monograph that was done 20 years ago and is still very useful monograph. The review showed that learning of a colleague's sexual involvement with a patient or client was one of the most stressful events, but knowledge or behavior of an impaired colleague was almost as disturbing and stressful for us as a suicidal client or patient. Okay? And we tend to receive very little training in this area. It's often not talked about that much, and not that easy to think about, certainly in ourselves, but also in others, and especially in colleagues we have good relationships with and about. But as noted a few moments ago, of course, all of us are vulnerable. And Brene Brown, DSW, who talks about vulnerability quite a bit, she talks about vulnerability not as a weakness, but it is emotional risk, uncertainty, and shame about it is often what allows addiction, as in the colleague here, depression, aggression, and other psychological and social ills to grow. And partly because of concern, and understandable. If I start talking about my vulnerabilities, are people going to disrespect or tell me I shouldn't be working anymore? So it has some pretty profound impacts. Okay. And so it's so important in our view to have to create an environment that recognizes this kinds of vulnerability. David White, the poet's definition of vulnerability is it's the faculty of understanding, and atmospheres where acceptable are very important. Again, connecting back with just a brief discussion earlier about consultation with colleagues. And just a footnote here, the data that we have been able to find are really quite dated. The literature is interesting. There are just a very small number of recent research articles. Most of it was done in the 80s and 90s. Occasionally there's some exceptions, but that's why we're citing this, not because it was in a dissertation somewhere. But Guy and colleagues back in the late 80s noted that about 3/4 of psychologists, of course, experience distress at work. I would peg that at more like 100%, but okay. But where they actually reported feeling distressed, about a third, a bit more than a third, indicated that their distress may have decreased the quality of care they provided, and a little bit less than 5% acknowledged that as a result they were providing inadequate care. Ken Pope and colleagues in that same era surveyed psychologists and found that close to 60% worked when they believed they were too distressed to really be effective. And about 1 in 15 or 20, about 5 to 6% acknowledged actually providing therapy under the influence of alcohol. Now, this was at this point, almost 40-year-old study, but I doubt that that's changed very much. Roughly 85% believed working when too distressed to be effective was unethical. Okay. In the early 90s, Cushway and Tyler did a sample of British clinical psychologists, and 75% reported pretty severe, moderate to severe stress as a result of jobs. Some 10 years earlier, Leliaudis and Grayson estimated the prevalence of impairment among psychologists is somewhere at 5 to 15%. Now, the CAPS, the Colleague Assistant Program or Assistant Committee, we visualize their continuum of stress to distress, that it was stress, distress, impairment, and then leading potentially to improper behavior. But of course, these are not easily defined areas, and the literature has been rather vague in many respects, even though there have been some good attempts to try to define these ideas. Universal definitions can't be found, but Jeff Barnett and colleagues took a stab at it and said, it's subjective emotional state or reaction experienced by an individual in response to ongoing stressors, challenges, conflicts, or demands. Muncie, in that same year, said this an experience of intense stress, so not just stress, but intense stress, not readily resolved, and that can affect or does affect our well-being and functioning, can disrupt thinking, mood, and have other impact their health problems and intrude on professional functioning. Stress and distress are normative, okay? We don't mean to imply that when one is stressed or even distressed, that this in itself is a problem. It is something to attend to, and it precedes impairment and potential problems, but it's not in itself problematic. And in fact, there's good evidence that, stress is necessary in many ways for learning, certainly necessary for building muscle, it's necessary for building skill. Okay. So there aren't bright lines here, but we don't want to make it sound like distress is bad. Impairment also has a kind of complex history as a term. Initially, it was almost exclusively defined regarding substance dependence or abuse, alcoholism. It was later broadened as any kind of interference with professional functioning, not only due to drugs or alcohol, but mental illness or personal conflict. Gary Schoner, about 13 years ago, and I tend to like his definition of impairment because it's really about what we do, is objective change in our professional functioning, and one whose work-related performances has been diminished. So that's, I think, kind of a more workable definition in some regards. But there have been criticisms of all of these definitions, that they're too broad. They encompass not only impairment, but incompetence or misconduct. And it's been defined legally. Unfortunately, in many laws, it's either tautological or not very helpful. So, and this is true in many states across the country. Michigan defines it as impairment means an inability to immediately pending inability of a professional to practice their profession in a manner that conforms to minimum standards of prevailing practice due to health professional substance use, chemical dependency, or mental illness. Texas defines it as an individual whose ability to perform service is impaired by chemical dependency or drugs or alcohol or mental illness. Ohio, very similar. Impairment is the impairment of the ability to perform to acceptable standards. All right. So, not the most helpful definitions. Muncie, around the same time as the other authors I've just been citing, defined impairment as a condition that compromises our professional functioning to a degree that may harm the patient or client and make services ineffective. So Muncie's trying to put impairment in the context of how significant the impact is. All right. And there are a few other important distinctions. Distress and burnout and impairment often are talked about as a piece, and they're different. Burnout, as Baker talked about, is really the last phase of therapist distress, and it would be presumably a significant impairment. But distress itself is not impairment. And the key is here that the impairment, as Smith and Moss talk about, becomes important when it adversely affects our functioning professionally. And it is not the same as negligent practice, failing to follow laws, standards of care, professional codes, licensing regulations. That can happen without impairment, but it could also lead to that. Right. Now, the hazards of our work, we've already begun talking about a bit, and we have to withstand sometimes some pretty intense slings and arrows in our work. Very hostile transference by a client, anger towards us, suicidal attempts and statements. That about 97% in one survey of psychologists, 97% of psychologists said that their biggest worry was that a client would make a serious attempt or die by suicide, right? So we get stressed by that. Apathetic clients, when they're very passive aggressive, litigious clients or patients, right? Obviously threats to other people. It can be very gratifying to work with people doing palliative care, psychological care, and terminally ill, but it's also very demanding. It's very tough. When there's intense resistance and when there's psychopathology that doesn't respond to our interventions, sometimes it's beyond our ability to change. The context within which we work also can pose some significant challenges. And organizational politics, all of us at one time or another usually have had the experience of being in systems, and they bring supports and resources and also challenges. Managed care and insurance is necessary, third-party payers for many of us, and also complex, difficult, and challenging. We may have a lot of paperwork in our environment, now digital work, but same. Scheduling may be really tight and constraints, high expectations without much control. In some contexts and in some parts of work, excessive regulation and exclusion from administrative decisions, which may be sensible, but also where we may not understand or either not have felt like our input was really considered, right? And of course, time pressure and deadlines. So this is not an easy set of jobs to do, okay? We can become emotionally and physically depleted, sometimes bored, although I can say that part of the reason that I continue to work with couples is because I am almost never bored and never sleepy, right? But our work can be exhausting, and it can be hard to leave behind. Some of us are better at that than others. And we always have to relinquish patients, whether they get accomplish all their goals, and that it's a highly successful, TFCBT or EFT or analytic process, or the person leaves prematurely. We can get tired out. It is hard to maintain consistent care and compassion. It takes a lot of effort to do it in a genuine way. This is hard, right? And sometimes we can have very limited success, and in some contexts, that's more likely than others, right? Occasionally have doubts about what the career that we've chosen, and and it can activate and touch on our own psychological vulnerabilities, whether it's our own pathology or on, our own depression or anxiety or hopelessness. Right? Therapeutic relationships also pose hazards. Again, they can be very gratifying, and I don't mean to overshadow that gratification, but it's important to pay attention to the sense that we have of responsibility for the people we're working with, because it's real, right? We may work with some folks, and perhaps in our private practices, or if you're working in a clinic or hospital setting, you may have many more highly disturbed people on your caseload, which can be quite draining and difficult. And it's not uncommon for patients and clients to, some of them, to not be very grateful. Some are, but it's not something we can expect in our work, right? And developing an orientation that everything people do, the things we do is all pathology driven, which can be draining to think of, rather than strengths and virtues as well, and can lead to a loss of authenticity. And the constraints of the 90834, the 50-minute hour or thereabouts. And of course, our personal disruptions, while many of us can have financial concerns, not just at the beginning of our careers. I've already mentioned issues of disability, but aging, retirement, illness, divorce. Marriage is pretty stressful too, although the literature, I was just looking at some recent research saying that it's not quite as stressful as divorcing, but of course one would hope that would be the case. Pregnancy and parenthood is, it's the hardest job you'll ever love, but it's really tough sometimes. And sometimes we can be quite idealistic, and that can lead to, in some situations, lead to more likelihoods of becoming distressed. It can be hard, even using structured methods, to get an accurate read on progress. And we can have reasonable doubts about the efficacy and effectiveness of the work we're doing with particular clients or with a number of them over time. And it's changing some, but there still is public stigma as regards mental health issues. Right? So let's see here. So it looks like we've got a couple of questions, and I'll see if I can take those. So Dr. Vance asks, what was the change in rules regarding emotional support animals? Yeah. So many of you may remember that it was not uncommon for us to get requests for emotional support animal letters, so our clients and patients could take those animals on airplanes and do so without being charged, or at least not being charged very much. And in December of 2020, the FAA changed the regulations so that essentially emotional support animals, you have to pay the same amount you're going to have to pay to have another person, with some exceptions, and also that mostly they're going to be in the hold. So we've seen a significant drop off in those requests, right? And many of you may know that there was a whole lot of controversy over emotional support animals, unfortunately, because of some very well publicized abuses of the system, which I think is very unfortunate, because many of the folks we work with who have significant mental health challenges would often benefit from emotional support animals in that context. That being said, I think the abuses are partly what caused the change. Dr. Cohen, you ask, is there a bibliography or set of references for our talk? Yes, they should be available. I will check in with Judy to see whether they've been provided, and if not, we will get them to you. Okay. Well, so I'm going to keep going for a couple of minutes, and then we'll break when we hit 11. We're almost there. But I do want to mention before I take a break that these stressors. Why does that matter? I mean, okay, so we become distressed or impaired. Well, of course, it does matter. Our ethics code's very clear. In principle A is the fundamental, foundational idea of beneficence and non-maleficence, prima non nocere. And it includes in it that we strive to be aware of possible effects of our physical and mental health on our ability to help those with whom we work. And then we have enforceable standards. Our standards include that we undertake ongoing efforts to develop and maintain competence. And while for many years it was thought that competence issue was thought of as being related mostly to skill and knowledge, it's become increasingly acknowledged that that also has to do with our cognitive and emotional functioning. And 206 says that when we know or should have known that there's a substantial likelihood that our personal problems will prevent us from performing our work activities in a competent manner, we're supposed to take appropriate steps to get help, to get consultation, and to determine also, should we limit, suspend, or even stop services for now? And of course, the general idea of avoiding harm. And that psychologists, and this is an enforceable standard in our ethics code. And as Norcross and Van de Bos in their book, Leaving It at the Office, they say self-care is not a narcissistic luxury to be fulfilled as time permits. It is a human requisite, a clinical necessity, and an ethical imperative. The stakes are high, and for all the reasons we've already touched upon in terms of harm to patients and clients, and complaints, suits, errors, not to mention the psychological, emotional, personal distress for the clinician, right? And trying to identify this place where distress begins possibly to turn into impairment or just distress in ourselves and others is not necessarily easy to do. There are some warning signs, but again, these are challenging ideas and challenging observations to make. The inability to even admit that it's possible to be distressed may be a good indication. Ignoring signs of it, assuming you can simply push through. And again, there's a line between when sometimes it's necessary. We're grown-ups. We have to do things that we don't necessarily want to do. But there's a line between continuing to push through distress so that it then could become impairment versus doing so in an ordinary day-to-day kind of way. Minimizing life stressor impact. And then, of course, the physical signs. That's often where it shows up for many of us. Disturbed eating and sleeping, lack of concentration, increased headaches, things of that nature, recurring illnesses. And of course, those have physiological, biological bases and also psychological bases at times. Prolonged sadness and grief and anxiety, ongoing depression or agitation, and important social isolation. Those are warnings in and of themselves. Each one doesn't mean one is impaired. But these are the kinds of things to be attentive to. Is that happening? Have I been feeling more consistently sad or just worn out day in and day out? overworking, not taking breaks, and just not enjoying work. And, the reason we call it work is because it is, and it's not always going to be enjoyable, but just finding oneself having less enjoyment than one usually does. Um, Avoiding people being late for things routinely. Um, and again, kind of boredom and disinterest, uh, sense of being easily irritated, also, and or consistent sense of overwhelm. All of us can be overwhelmed, but it's having that ongoingly. Or we find ourselves moving more and more into an ongoing sense of cynicism about our work. Um, Now, I don't know a clinician worth their salt who, at the end of a long day or a long week, or right before you're going to be going on vacation, did not wish that a patient or patients didn't show up because you'd like to have that extra time. That's not in itself a bad thing. But if it's consistent, then we're talking about, okay, maybe there's some distress, maybe there's some fatigue in our work, certainly daydreaming during sessions. And again, this is going to happen to many of us much of the time. I mean, I should say much of the time, but across all of the work we do, there are going to be times where we daydream. But if it begins to happen and we're missing things and we're noticing, oops, that's not the first time that's happened this week or today or in the last couple of weeks. Obviously, self-medicating, um, if we're experiencing a lot of physical pain and we're taking pain meds and then decide, well, I'm going to continue because I just want to feel okay, even though the pain has receded, those kinds of things. And asking for emotional support directly or indirectly from our patients or clients. Now, family and friends may say we work too much, colleagues. I really think that there are different appetites for work. I have some colleagues who do 40 or about 45 hours of clinical work a week and are invigorated by it. I can't do that much. I just get way too worn out. But when people who know us, know we're working 50 and 60 hours and we're working too much because we're exhausted and we're getting sick, that's when we have to pay attention to what our partners and our loved ones say to us, what our friends and colleagues say to us. When we step over boundaries, when we violate boundaries, right? So another just quick look at stats. Again, these are older data um, that Van der Bos and Duthie found that close to 70% of colleagues of psychologists knew of colleagues who had active emotional difficulties in their and continued to work, but only a little over a third actually approached a colleague. Scarina and colleagues talked about that, although a majority of psychologists who abuse alcohol reported being impaired at work, less than a quarter had been confronted by a supervisor or employer. And Good et al. In that similar era reported that 43% of surveyed psychologists knew of a male psychologist with a substance abuse problem, and over a quarter knew of a female psychologist with substance abuse problem. But less than a fifth of the people who knew approached their colleague about the problem. And Thoresen, Budd, and Kroskopf said that roughly a third of those surveyed knew of a colleague misusing alcohol, but only 12% were willing to intervene. And early on, I think this has changed. Ken Pope and his colleagues found that even 14% of clinicians believed it's always unethical or unethical in most circumstances to file an ethics complaint or a board complaint against a colleague, right? And these data are unfortunate in many ways. And as Jerry Kuchar and Pat Keith Spiegel wrote in their classic text on ethics and psychology and mental health professions, peer colleagues stand in the best position to intervene, to attempt to minimize harms and to help ensure that the unethical or impaired behavior isn't likely to recur. So it's hard to identify, it's hard to confront, but also it's one of the places where there is probably the best likelihood of having a positive impact, right? And there are a number of barriers that have been written about over the years. It can be hard. Not all signs are observable, particularly when we're in private practice. Our clients may see it, but patients are often not going to be giving us direct feedback. They may vote with their feet rather than saying they weren't comfortable with us, or this clinician smelled of alcohol, right? Marijuana. Um, so lower energy, decreased concentration, decreased confidence, a feeling of isolation as opposed to the actual experience of it, the actual observable reality, failure to complete work tasks. Other people may not observe that very well. Okay. And distress, and that line between distress and impairment is just very difficult to draw. Uh, Again, earlier research, Floyd et al. Wrote that they'd had study participants were asked what prevented them from expressing concern about or to a colleague. And maybe a little bit over 2/5 said that they didn't think that the behavior would impair their professional functioning. And that may be a legitimate judgment, in my view. Concern or seeing a colleague in distress, we may make a judgment that's not so significant as to be impairing. But about a quarter were worried it would cause more harm than good, right? And almost a little bit over 1/5 thought that they were not very sure of whether it was their professional responsibility to intervene. And our ethics code says it is. All right. So there's actually not unclear in that regard. There also are other barriers, though. We learn, almost all of us learn from very young, not to be tattletales. Okay. We don't want to appear disloyal or be disloyal. We want to be protective sometimes of colleagues, but we also want to have attention with our duty to act. Sometimes there can be the classic bystander apathy problem. Somebody else will deal with it. And also, it can take a lot of time and effort to address the issues. Now, one of the interesting things is that fear of retaliation has been cited quite often, and it actually was one of the reasons that our earlier ethics code was changed in 2003 to, I think it was 2003, to make informal intervention more discretionary, because there's real concern about retaliation. Interestingly enough, however, the cases of actual retaliation are not very common. Most mistakes that cause repercussions have to do and lead to legal consequences for you and me when we observe and try to address impairment or compromise in a colleague, is a failure to follow and consult with our own organizational HR and to be familiar with the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, and engage in considerations of reasonable accommodations. Still, it is a concern that many clinicians talk about, and it's understandable because it does happen sometimes, right? It is hard to recognize in ourselves when we have limits, when our own denial. Denial is, as much as it's not the greatest thing, and it's a pretty tough defense, also has its function, right? We're rarely also encouraged to express our vulnerabilities or concerns about ourselves. And one of the definitions of professional is in being able to be licensed and operating on our own, and in various settings that the law would say you need a license for, is that we are competent. So even having that conversation is realistically challenging. And it's quite possible we could rationalize our behavior too. We are not immune, from explaining away why we're not doing things, especially, for example, if the colleague seems somewhat menacing or they're of a higher professional status than us. Um, and if you know about what happens to whistleblowers, you're also pretty cautious. The history and literature on whistleblowing is really rather disconcerting. Whistleblowers are the ones who often get punished the most, right? Um, so um, these kinds of barriers are in the way, and the question then arises: so what do we do? How do we approach this, right? And we think of this in three ways: that it's about educating ourselves and colleagues, being attentive, and engaging in preventive activities. Um, and just being aware, as we've been talking about, some of the characteristics that increase vulnerability to impairment, the list that we were just talking about a few moments ago before the break, warning signs, and also specific education and reminders about the importance of taking care of ourselves and engaging in wellness behaviors. Awareness of various risk factors and hazards for ourselves and others. You know, one of the things that APA wrote about 25 years ago, a little bit more, was that even when psychologists become aware of concerns in their own lives, we often neglect our needs and engage in inadequate self-care. And really trying to do our best. I think ensuring is a little bit strong of a word because this is always a dynamic process. But ensuring a healthy lifestyle where we're trying to promote our ongoing wellness and our self-care. It is a very important preventative approach. Now, of course, self-awareness, really important. It's actually linked with many, many benefits. There was a recent study, well, relatively recent compared to the rather old material that I've been citing. Rokach and Balazreg did a survey and a study, and to determine, self-awareness and its relation to a number of different factors in treatment. And they found that it had a number of benefits for us as professionals. Helps in our ability to manage countertransference and also allow us to be more engaged with clients and patients, more aware of our own biases and stereotypes. And multiple studies have shown that it's a valuable way to prevent burnout. In Fouth and Williams in 2005, because there's research that goes back quite a ways, found in one study that a therapist's level of self-awareness predicted 50% of the variance in their interpersonal involvement and alliance with patients and clients. That's fascinating. Okay. Other studies have shown that it is the second highest ranked career sustaining behavior. The first highest, by the way, second only to maintaining one's sense of humor, right? So it was a good thing to be able to do. And as Ben Franklin was quoted to say, and there are many, many different versions of this across many different poets and myths and literature and cultures, but he said it well. There are three things extremely hard: steel, diamond, and to know oneself, right? We are subject to all of the kinds of potential cognitive distortions that other people are, right? There, as Dunning-Kruger curve, as many of our self-assessments are notably inaccurate, including likelihoods of superiority bias, self-serving bias, illusory optimism. And just as some reminders, the superiority bias is a bias that when we share skills with others, that a group of people, that we tend to see ourselves as being at least somewhat better than other people. This can actually be helpful in that it may help us sustain effort. But as Walfish et al. Showed in a 2012 survey, anonymous survey of mental health professionals, they asked them, how do they rate regarding in relation to their peers in terms of their skill level as therapists? nobody said that they were average or below average. The 75th percentile was the modal rating, and a full quarter of professionals said that they were in the 90th percentile or above. Okay, maybe that's a skewed and kurtotic group, but I doubt it. Okay. Um, self-serving bias is attributing poor performance to bad luck or uncontrollable circumstances. Illusory optimism is the idea that one is relatively immune from misfortune. It happened over there. It happened to somebody else. It won't happen to me. Okay. Kind of the opposite of a depressive screen. Um, Failure to recognize problems with our own competence, it appears to be the most significant in those who are the most compromised. So, very interesting study by Sheldon et al. About 12 years ago. They did a series of 3 studies of graduate students where they assessed using a measure, a relatively objective measure of emotional intelligence. And they asked their participants to rate themselves. And the first couple of sub-studies were anonymous, and they found a lot of superiority bias that people thought they were more emotionally sophisticated than their colleagues. But one of the things they tried in the third study was to give feedback. And so they then linked the self-assessment and the person's more objective screening instrument with their name. And then they gave feedback. And they found that those who scored lowest on emotional intelligence were the most likely to disregard or say that the feedback was wrong or irrelevant. It was really interesting. So it's not necessarily easy to know where our shortcomings are. Um, and Brad Johnson and colleagues about 14 years ago proposed a model for us as a profession, what they call communitarianism, not communistic, but rather um, a model that appreciates the individual dignity and freedom and responsibility, but that we're also social creatures, and that the African philosophy of Ubuntu, I am what I am because of who we all are, is very helpful to keep in mind, right? And the idea with Johnson et al. Is that it's not just the individual who's responsible, but also communities are responsible. So, in their viewpoint, competence is an individual, but also a collective moral duty, and thinking in terms of not only competent individuals, but competent communities. It's an interesting view. The accountability both for oneself, but also to one's colleagues and for one's colleagues, and really trying to support the services and the profession through care for each other. And they proposed in that same article a reformulation of standards 203 and 206, and this has not changed. So the proposed current revision draft of the ethics code didn't include these changes, but they're interesting in that it points to a different way of conceptualizing kind of competent communities. Psychologists maintain regular engagement with colleagues, consultation groups, professional organizations, and routinely solicit feedback from these sources regarding competence for specific work, specific populations. And then 206, this is quite a bit different than the original. When psychologists become aware that a colleague is experiencing problems that may lead to interference with competence, they offer care and support and collaborate with that colleague in assessing competence, determining the need for limit, suspend. So again, it's a social activity as opposed to being just an individual activity. And Johnson and I'll also talk about competence constellations, which are networks or consortiums of colleagues, groups, supervisors, associations that we deliberately put together for ourselves and for one another to be multi-source enhancements of competence. And the composition is important. It's important to have groups of colleagues, for example, peer consultants who can disagree without being disagreeable, who are willing to take a different perspective than we are. And it's always nice to be supported and have our viewpoints confirmed, but it's probably even more valuable to have difference in a way that heightens curiosity and conversation as opposed to necessarily conflict. And Okach and Malazreg, as I mentioned before, were talking about self-awareness. Their view is that having these kinds of constellations is an effective way to engage in self-care and decrease burnout. I would argue decrease the likelihood of distress leading to impairment. Allows us to have feedback without significant repercussions, constructive criticism in a safe place, sharing self-care strategies. Of course, these are going to have benefits to our clients, right? But it also benefits us in a direct way. Now, there have been a number of authors who have written about that self-care is as it's been conceptualized, kind of like, okay, I'm going to do this for myself. I'm going to go get a massage or whatever it may be. And Nikita Valerio wrote, shouting that at us where we actually need to get support from one another is how we fail, right? And Kelly goes so far as to say that the wellness we relentlessly seek is only possible through a practice of radical responsibility. And I don't know that I would argue radical, but it goes beyond beyond self-help to caring for one another in a very straightforward way. Okay. Self-care, again, has been defined very much in an individualistic fashion. So let's return for a moment to that continuum that we were talking about earlier, that's based upon the Advisory Committee on Colleague Assistance. There have been criticisms of that continuum in that it starts at stress. And authors like Wise and colleagues have said that we really need to be thinking about it as a continuum that goes in both directions. And this is this is what my wonderful colleague Liesl Bryant, her visual take on Wise et al.'s model, which is, yes, stress and distress are normal and kind of normative experiences. Not to assume that there's something wrong with us, and they can lead to impairment. But stress can also lead to strengthening and increased skill if we are consulting and learning and engaging in addressing it in a positive way, so we can sustain practice and even flourish. And I think this is a helpful way to think about these continua, because we don't want to get locked into the pathology of it. There are ways to flourish in our work, and many clinicians do. Many of you here today do. I hope I do a fair amount of time as well. So let's get to the tough conversation. How do we intervene with our colleagues? Okay. Of course, each person, each context is going to be different. There's no one process that will always work with everybody. And of course, we need to be thoughtful and case specific. Okay. Consultation is really important when we are considering intervening with a colleague. And I was asked at one point earlier in my career in a clinical work setting, there was some concern that a couple of colleagues had for another therapist in our system. And I had kind of a warm and good relationship with that therapist. And these two folks came to me and said, we don't know them very well. We've been seeing this and this happen. We're kind of worried. Would you be willing to have this conversation? And the reason they were asking was because I knew the person pretty well. And I thought about it. I was not excited about the idea, partly because I didn't have firsthand experience. But on the other hand, I thought it may be more effective if somebody who this person knew cared about them and didn't have anything, I was not out to get them. I was not out to undermine them in any way. have this conversation. And in thinking about it, I decided um, to consult with one of the colleagues I'd had in an educational context, in a university context, um, and she got me involved in just role playing it with her. And when I went in to have the conversation with the colleague, um, a fair amount of why that went well was because of the colleague. But also, I think the ability to rehearse and actually run through it and consult just made a huge difference. And there was a positive outcome. This colleague who I cared about said, yeah, I've really been struggling and struggling with relationship issues and physical illness. And we talked about whether they might be able to take a leave of absence. It was an environment where there was, unlike private practice, where one could actually do that and still have financial support. But it was well, I didn't expect it to go very easily, and it went much better than I expected. And the general guidance includes also reviewing our ethics code, knowing what the laws and rules are if it's about somebody who's potentially violating a standard, and being aware, is there a colleague assistance program available in your state? Some states have these and some states don't. They're often, not always, but often a cooperative arrangement between, say, a psychological association committee and a licensing board to promote professional growth and rehab. And when possible, do a diversion program. And there are some states that actually have diversion programs built in, like Connecticut, in their reporting process for impaired professionals. Our ethics code says that we should start with an informal attempt at resolution if we believe there may have been an ethical violation. And we attempt to resolve it by bringing it to the attention of the individual. But, and this is what changed a number of years ago, if an informal resolution appears appropriate and it doesn't violate confidentiality. So if my client says to me, Dr. Dan, um, you know, my previous therapist, I think she was using alcohol before sessions and it was just really disturbing and I decided to quit. I don't want to tell anybody. In my state, I can't. Okay. It would violate my state law and it would violate duties of confidentiality. In some states, Connecticut is an example, you would have to. So it's going to depend on the particular state. But the informal resolution is the place we are supposed to start. Okay. Now, not all states adopt the APA. Idaho does, California does, Washington State does not. All right. But even if your state doesn't adopt it, this is really helpful and useful guidance. And the informal often can be productive. If that doesn't work, and the language in 105 says, if an apparent violation has substantially harmed or is likely to do so, a person or organization and is not appropriate for informal resolution or is not resolved properly in an informal fashion. So we have some exceptions to the circumstances under which we'd engage in informal resolution. Then we have to take further action. And where our ethics code requires it, where our regulations allow it and the law requires it, that may in some states mean even overriding confidentiality. Not in the majority of states, but in some. The standard in our ethics code doesn't apply if it would violate confidentiality or when you're retained to review the work of another psychologist whose professional conduct is in question, right? So you're being asked to do that kind of review. This is the Connecticut law. It says one must, any healthcare professional shall file a petition when you have information that appears to show that a healthcare professional is or may be unable to practice their profession with reasonable skill or safety for any of the following reasons. And then there's a laundry list. Now, Kansas has a rule that says that if a healthcare provider has knowledge that a healthcare provider, another one, has committed a reportable incident, you shall report it. However, confidentiality still applies. And that's pretty common in many states. Pennsylvania, different example. If you have you're a facility peer or colleague who has substantial evidence that a professional has an active addictive disease for which the professional is not receiving treatment, is diverting controlled substance, or is mentally or physically incompetent to carry out the duties of the license, they shall make or cause to be made a report to the board. And there's an exception to that for mandatory reporting if the person's in an approved treatment program, and then you're immune from civil and criminal liability if you make such a report. Please be aware that these regulations are very state sensitive, and if you're using SIPAC or you're practicing temporarily and legally into another state, as we'll talk about a little bit later, you have to be very aware of what the mandates are in the receiving state, the state that is not where you're located, but where the client is located. All right. How do you decide? Let's say it seems to be, it's a situation where you're wondering, should I do this informally or must I do this formally now? And there are a number of factors to consider. Overall advantages, and there are advantages to the informal. There are also disadvantages, but informal conversations aren't bound by strict investigative rules. And it gives options for working with someone to do problem solving, prevention, resolving an issue without an adversarial formal process. But it means we're more on our own. And of course, the person we're speaking to doesn't have to cooperate. Also, a formal investigation is going to be more appropriate for more severe kinds of violations or serious violations. The characteristics of the person with whom we're going to speak or we're considering also matter, right? Are they somebody who seems relatively able to take information in, or are they very abrasive or abusive verbally? Are they in competition with everybody, or extremely stressed and struggling with a significant emotional or mental illness? The quality of our evidence matters, and I'm going to come back to that. Strong evidence versus weak. If there's weak evidence of a problem, definitely formal reporting is less likely to go anywhere. You may still be able to do something informal. Obviously, the relationship status, and I was alluding to that in the example that I gave you a few moments ago, where you have somebody who's, a professional friend, it's often easier and more effective if your status is the same or higher than the other individual. If the person is disliked or an adversary, informal resolution is not likely to go very well. Okay. And also, if I see myself as being the victim of the harm they caused, and I'm very, very angry, I probably need to consult to cool those hot emotions and consider whether, as the colleagues did in the example that I gave you, whether another person who might be a better intermediary. Okay. And does the institution provide supports? Are they pretty good about helping to deal with collegial conflict? Many, unfortunately, are not. Are they known to be ineffective or inefficient, or ignore problems as opposed to having a process that really helps and information that really helps? And of course, it's the nature of the act. What appears to be unintentional first time versus gross incompetence or very serious imminent harm, and our own levels of support and our own welfare. So when might it be inappropriate? Okay, well, informal resolution is unlikely to help when significant harm has already happened. Okay. If there are threats of retaliation or physical harm or some kind of legal action, for example, the person begins to harass you or me, and I've tried to, that's not going to be appropriate for informal methods. And where there's a sense that the person may be broadly incompetent, perhaps insufficient training, or perhaps due to what may be early onset dementia. the extreme seriousness I've already mentioned, sexual improprieties with patients where the evidence is pretty strong. Okay. That's unlikely to be effective. But assume for the moment that we're going to have that kind of conversation, right? And and Jerry Kuchar and Pat Keith Spiegel actually have a lovely series of steps that they encourage us to consider. And they start with the idea of identifying the relevant ethical considerations. And it's important to differentiate personal style or unpopular or divergent views about interventions with versus violations of law or ethics. If you can't find a specific ethical code section, it may lie outside the domain of an ethics problem. And that doesn't mean you can't have a conversation, but it wouldn't be started with or involve statements of, I think this is a real ethical issue. Okay. They also ask us to be thoughtful about our own motivation to engage or avoid these conversations. If my personal response and anger is driving this, it's important to be reflective, and slow is smooth and smooth is fast. They also strongly encourage consultation at that point, and that we consider cultural dimensions of the conversation, social location, things such as age, SES or relative professional status, social class, gender, race. Those all can impact how well the conversation will go, if we're empathic and maintain humility or not. And then, very important, and I said just a moment ago I'd be coming back to this, is really got to think about, Kuchar and Keith Spiegel say, the strength of the evidence. And it's so true. If you've directly observed the behavior, in the vignette that we gave, there was a direct observation of problematic behavior, then that's as strong as it gets. Or the intentional or unintentional disclosure by a colleague of an ethics violation or a significant legal violation. It gets harder when it's direct observation of behavior that's not clearly interpretable. It may be suspicious, but not clear. Now, in some ways, that's what informal consultation, informal discussion is built for, to find out more, right? When we receive a credible secondhand report, as I did from colleagues in the instance that I described, how credible? Well, both of these folks were credible. They're people I knew. I just would have a hard time believing that they were trying to set my colleague up, and especially since they were thinking about and talking about wanting to have the conversation, but wanting it to be effective. But sometimes the source is not very credible. And definitely, we don't want to base an ethics confrontation on gossip, okay, or just casual conversation. And how strong the evidence is going to change our approach, whether we think a formal approach is more appropriate, and also how we go about doing our informal approach. I've already been talking about the kind of relationship we have and consultation with colleagues who are sensitive to ethical considerations, and avoid the easy outs of writing an anonymous letter, okay, unsigned note, which, doesn't guarantee in any way constructive results and may simply result in assisting the person in avoiding detection or adding suspiciousness to the already problematic circumstance. But when you're actually getting into the conversation, they advise the following. Try to schedule the meeting in advance and avoid a menacing or punitive tone, okay? In person is going to be best, or at a minimum, at least what we're doing now, right? A video chat, but in person, please don't use email, text, or message or letter if it's going to be an informal conversation. I'm sure most of you are very familiar with and have had your own experience with a text coming across in a completely, or email coming across in a completely unintended fashion, right? And do your best to set it as a constructive and educative tone. We are not going to be penance dispensers or role of accuser or prosecutor. It's a conversation where you're trying to explore what happened, if there may be a problem, and it's collaborative in nature. And to the best that we can, this is where the practice with my other colleague, more senior colleague, was so helpful. Try to remain calm and self-confident, like you do in your clinical work, okay, in general. When we're accused of doing something wrong, or pointed out that we've done something wrong, it's really natural to become defensive, emotionally upset. So the more we can use a non-threatening, even soothing language, and ask to understand and seek clarification, and rather than "you've done something wrong," okay. Um, if it turns out that indeed there is an ethical violation or there is impairment, it's important to talk about the ethics code and what it says, but also what most all of us value, which is that we do not want to hurt our patients or clients, and that we want to support our colleague in not hurting our clients or patients and in doing good. We're not here to be a DA or a detective and trap somebody into admitting things. Um, Give your colleague ample time to defend and explain, and don't be surprised if they become embarrassed or irritable, repeat themselves. That's pretty natural. We all know that, right? Um, and if, as I was, you're intervening on behalf of others, talk about why, why you're there. And with my colleague, I said, I've been asked by these folks to come to you. And part of this, my reason for saying yes is because you're a professional friend. I respect you, and I want to help if I can. And that's a very different approach than I'm here because, I'm going to get your license taken away. Really different. Okay. So it's also important to say you don't have direct knowledge if you're there on behalf of others. If the person becomes threatening or abusive, of course, we try to steer it to a more productive conversation, but it may be time to say, I understand that you're really upset, and let's take a break and maybe come back and talk about this. It also may indicate that it is time to go to a more formal approach if the person is uh, angry, threatening, deflecting. Probably one of the hardest things to do for each of us is when we are approached by a colleague, because none of us are perfect, including AI, right? It's very hard to be grateful when somebody's come to you and said you pointed out something you're doing wrong. That's not easy, but it is possible, and it's also possible to be open-minded and to do your best to try to work towards a positive outcome, um, and and one that may not require something formal to happen if we've made a mistake. So having that kind of uh, take a gulp, take your time, try to listen and lean in, uh, and and if you're very upset, or if I'm very upset, ask for some time to digest and to consult with other colleagues, right? And then come back and have the conversation. Because when I get approached by a colleague because I've overstepped or I've done something inappropriate or they believe that, um, particularly if they approach me in the way that we've talked about, they're doing me a favor, even though it's painful, a painful favor. As one of my wonderful colleagues who I worked with and did groups with, she used a metaphor. Sometimes the medicine can be bitter, but very helpful. Right? Um, Now, for formal considerations, in some states, as you saw, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, you have to make a report. In other states, you can't unless the client you're working with gives you permission, or unless it is child abuse or elder dependent adult abuse. and then you may have to make a report. So it will vary considerably state by state. And I will stop for questions in a moment or two. I just see that there's one. Um, uh, Obviously, if you have a colleague who's threatening other people, and this is not a confidential relationship, may be necessary to warn others. And our organizations can have policies and rules about if we observe problematic behavior, what we must do. Do we consult with HR? Do we talk to that person first? If there isn't another formal route, then we can make a complaint to the APA Ethics Code, oh, excuse me, Ethics Committee. But as you know, in the past about 10 years or so, APA Ethics Committee has really changed significantly how they respond to complaints. And the focus now is on providing information of other potential avenues for resolution that may have a greater ability to take action if there's somebody who's engaging in unethical behavior, partly because of a lack of resources for APA, also that almost always ethics complaints have been on paper, and the most profound action that can be taken is the expelling of a member. There's been criticisms of that move, but I understand that there have been concerns about limited abilities to affect change or to have impact. If another forum takes action against a member, the APA will review the matter at that time. Okay. Now there are some pretty sometimes some pretty impactful aspects if we turn away. Obviously, there can be continuing harm to patients or clients, but also harm to the profession. Austin and colleagues did a study of scientists in a large National Institute of Health study, of 40% of whom knew that there was wrongdoing in the study, but did nothing. And when they asked them why, most said that they failed to act because they were not sure what to do. And quite a few of them reported feeling ongoing distress for years later. Okay. And if you're in an organization or in a practice and you fail to address these issues, it can create a risk of liability, vicarious liability when you're the owner of a practice and you have an independent contractor or an employee, harm to your organization, and it could be our own ethics violation, right? And a failure to act can also, of course, lower our own personal and professional self-esteem, negatively impact us. So it's hard. These are not easy circumstances. There are some really good resources available. State psych associations and ethics committees are very helpful. Colleague assistance programs where they exist can be a wonderful source of support. Your professional liability carrier, like the trust and our 800 number, I think we are very, we've been told we're really effective in supporting our colleagues, and I think that's true. And we also have some webinars you can find recorded on self-care. All right. So let me see about the questions. Dr. Sperry asking, will I address the ethical dilemma of navigating distress and or burnout in systems that do not allow us to take breaks? Difficulty finding new jobs, having jobs where your money is directly tied to the number of patients, insufficient pay in psychology field, mental health field in general, and perspectives of employers that the employee needs to take a leave of absence. I hope, Dr. Sperry, I've already begun to do that. However, okay, I'm sorry. I just got distracted for a moment. Forgive me. That there are a few different things to consider, especially when we're in larger systems that don't allow us to take breaks. It is very important for us, I think, to, in those systems, make use of collective bargaining. So, for example, in some of the large healthcare systems that employ many psychologists, this again is something we need to do as a group. And as I think most of you know, we tend to be, as a profession, quite individualistic and really try to take responsibility, which I not only appreciate, but also I'm trained in. However, um, we have to work together to push back, all right? And this has to do with, this whole idea of productivity. If we're employees, if we are independent contractors, we have more choice. Um, Around the issue of insufficient pay, um, I think, again, in larger systems, that is a collective bargaining issue. And if you're not used to that, or you don't really think that we should do that, I would encourage you to reconsider. That's where we've made some of the best gains in large systems for mental health professionals at large, whether psychologists or social workers, even psychiatrists in some systems. I think that that's very important. The other piece is that sometimes we do have to take leaves of absence, and it's important to not to um, fail to recognize when we're really struggling and not able to do our work. But the reality is that our context may increase the likelihood that we get burnt out. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and take one more question, and then we'll take a break again. This is an anonymous question that there was on a slide on screen 34, 35, competence constellations. These were proposed. These revisions have not been instituted. Okay, in the ethics code, and I'm happy to show those again and have you take a screenshot. So I'd like to shift gears a little bit and talk about another challenging conversation, in this case, microaggressions. And our vignette in this circumstance involves, and I'll get my computer to move ahead here slowly. There we go. Dr. Leader, who is the director of a sizable training clinic in a major Midwest urban health center. The patients served in this clinic are widely diverse, and the training program strives to recruit and retain diverse staff to mirror as best possible the patients with whom they work. One of the senior therapists, Supervisor Y, is someone who's been a colleague of Dr. Leader for quite a while. And he supervises postdoctoral fellows. In a recent supervision, he gave an example of a clinical case in which a patient was vitriolic and using racial slurs. The supervisor repeated those slurs in the supervision session, and a few of the postdoc fellows were quite offended. One Latina postdoc fellow expressed her distress to Supervisor Y directly, who dismissed her response as overly sensitive. You'll hear much worse from some of your patients. The postdoc fellows met with Dr. Leader and were distressed and asked that she do something in regards to Supervisor Y's remarks. Okay. Dr. Leader, although she was the director and would be, ultimately responsible for supervising Supervisors Y's behavior administratively, she also was a longtime colleague. And as a person of color, she knew that if this was something she didn't want to do, she didn't have to, but she decided to take it on, and decided to have a conversation with Supervisor Y. Addressing these kinds of statements, complaints, concerns are grounded for us as psychologists in an ethical standard and in an ethical principle. When we sign on to being psychologists, we get our education, we get our degrees, we get our licenses. We are supposed to do no harm, and that includes to clients and patients and students, colleagues. So how we respond to disagreements and in a wide range of people, opinions, prejudices, aggressions, macro and micro, in our workplaces, among the folks we work with, whether they are the clients we're working with or our supervisors or supervisees. Very important. And what I'd like to do is provide a couple of sample methods about how to, as Professor Ross calls it, lean into these conversations as opposed to avoiding them, and to try to have more productive conversations, right? Now, just to clarify, and I'm sure most of you know these definitions, but just to clarify, microaggressions are brief and commonplace daily verbal or behavioral or environmental indignities, whether intentional or not, and they communicate a derogatory or hostile or negative slight or insult to a target group or person. Commenting, for example, on an African American colleague or client, oh, you're so articulate. Okay. Macroaggression are larger kinds of discriminatory actions or exclusions, more at a system level, systemic. So rather than interpersonal forms of bias or discrimination, for example, redlining in a community where people of color are not permitted to live, even if it's not explicit, they're not permitted to live in a particular area. Policies and practices that structure access to resources in our society, right? So the first method in dealing with what would generally be termed microaggressions, one of them is Dr. Kemp's method, holding space for transformation. And what she's essentially saying is trying to create a context where there can be a shift so that instead of the argument being, as she puts it, a debate with winners and losers, and as you know and as I know, often explosive and non-productive, it shifts it to more of a journey of discovery, finding out what we have not been aware of, the assumptions we're making, connections, compassion. There was a point when I was growing up, I think I was kind of on the cusp of adolescence, and my grandmother, who had a lot of influence on me, particularly on I think my moral development, such as it is. And I was really into using the word I assume, because I had a teacher in school who wanted us to be clear about what our assumptions were. So I said, I assume. And my grandmother looked at me one time and she said, you know what assume makes of you and me, right? So this is where we try to discover that, where we're potentially mistaken. And what Dr. Kemp is pointing towards is an attempt to have conversations about these kinds of difficult interactions, painful interactions, microaggressions and macroaggressions, I think she would argue. One of the things she uses a term, she says, we have to do this in the conversation with unconditional love. Now, my Rogerian and motivational interviewing training, I think of that as unconditional acceptance, but essentially it's in maintaining our ethical approach of really trying to minimize harm to people, and at the same time, accepting and understanding and accepting what the person is saying. Remember, listening is not the same thing as agreeing. And we often feel like we have to object, otherwise it's going to be seen as agreement. And while her steps are relatively straightforward, this is not an easy process. The purpose is to shift what could be hostile or reactive or defensive interactions to potentially more productive ones, responding rather than just reacting. Her 5 steps include, at the start, check in with yourself. Am I able to have this conversation? Am I available to do it? Do I want to do it? Okay. And what's my intent here? The second is setting up the intention of extending unconditional acceptance and really trying to understand the person's experience and what it is that they are, where it is that they are coming from with their response. Okay. So it can be helpful to do mindful breathing, grounding oneself. These are not easy conversations. So staying centered is really important, or at least trying to. And then, as she puts it, leaning in, listen and listen fully. And this is a place where her model and Professor Ross's model hold a really interesting parallel, because neither are mental health professionals, to empathic listening and what we learn in our basic therapeutic skills that go back many decades, okay? Listen ask questions in a non-pointed way and try to get to the feelings and values that underlie what the person said. And only, and this Dr. Kemp suggests, if and only if the person is open to it, would you share your own perspective. But she suggests sharing your experience, not necessarily just data or knowledge. And this is a mistake that I make. I think people are going to be convinced by data. But when it comes to this kind of high conflict situation, that's often not the case. And so basically, after asking if the person wants to hear about your experience, sharing it, or if they say no, respecting. But the idea is to give a chance for the person to have the conversation, for you to understand, and to set the stage perhaps for later conversations if they don't want to go further. And then, of course, reflecting on what worked, what didn't work, how you felt, what you need now. Now, really interestingly, the idea here is to get beneath the just the bare statement, beneath the surface. And if you're interested, and I can put this in the chat at the break or at lunchtime, Dr. Kemp has a very succinct, kind of compelling description of how she engages and has engaged in this kind of conversation in a TED Talk that she gave. All right. Now, the second model is calling out versus calling in. And this is Professor Loretta Ross's approach. And it overlaps some with Dr. Kemp's, but she has some differences that I think are worth highlighting. And her model is, she talks about calling out versus calling in when discriminatory actions, statements, policies, structures are in place. And what she encourages us to do is she wrote an article about 7 years ago that was published. It's been actually published online in a number of different places now. It's on a you'll see it in your references. But it was called "Speaking Up Without Tearing Down," and she described her concern about the social media call-out culture that can be very toxic. And as she put it, calling out happens when we point out a mistake, not to address or rectify damage, but instead to publicly shame the offender. Calling out, a person or group uses tactics of humiliation, shunning, scapegoating, or gossip to dominate others. Okay, and there's a link to the article if you're interested in reading it. So it's a good one, I think. She describes calling in, on the other hand, as speaking up without tearing down, that it can happen publicly or privately, but its key feature, like with Dr. Kemp, is that it's done with love or acceptance, really trying to get at the values and feelings and experiences that gave rise to this statement, action, behavior. In it, Professor Ross says we patiently ask questions, again, leaning in to explore what was going on. Why did the speaker choose that language, right? Or that statement, or that action? In that way, her approach is similar to Dr. Kemp's, but where she's a bit different in her approach is she acknowledges very explicitly that the willingness to explore and talk about what one feels and one's values is not going to be productive in all cases. And calling out is not wrong or unwarranted per se. It is simply a matter of what's going to be more effective. And she talks about the limits to calling in, and that they include that the injured person, in this case, the postdoc with Supervisor Y, excuse me, the injured person is not required to do the work, to do the involuntary emotional labor to help Supervisor Y. If they do the work, it's because they're choosing to. It's much like when a colleague says to me, Dan, you've overstepped, or this is there's something you did that I'm worried, that I'm upset about. As upsetting as it is to hear that, this is actually a gift, okay? But it's not a requirement for the person who's been injured, all right, in this situation. And she also notes that it's not likely to work with people who purposefully harm or attack others with hate speech or racism or discrimination on the basis of gender identity. Okay. In that circumstance, she actually thinks of calling out as being more effective, particularly when it's a person in power or a system where they're ignoring or unresponsive to other attempts to call in. So calling out isn't bad or wrong, it's a matter of strategy. And Professor Gallardo at Pepperdine University actually has noted in a personal communication, calling out may be the best response, but we don't want to stay there permanently if we're going to make any kind of meaningful headway with this person or in this conversation. Right? Now let's go back to Dr. Leader and to Supervisor Y. Dr. Leader has chosen to engage in the conversation. She knows she could have turned it over to another administrative colleague, but she decides she will take it on. And she prepares herself, as Dr. Kemp has talked about, to ground herself in her own values of equity and inclusion, and also in her sense of caring for Supervisor Y. In this situation, it's fortunate, it's not always the case, that she knows and has an ongoing relationship with him and has developed respect and liking for him over time. And so she decides to lean in and sets up a meeting with him and has begins this difficult conversation. And she explains to him that the students came to her and she wanted to understand what happened. So she doesn't say it in an accusatory way. She's very straightforward, but just saying, tell me what your perspective is. What happened? So Supervisor Y, somewhat defensively, starts talking about how, he hears this kind of stuff all the time, and racial slurs are part of what it's necessary to toughen up therapists. Therapists are too soft and fuzzy, and they have to know how to deal with difficult patients. And Dr. Leader asked a number of exploring questions. Has that been helpful to you? Do you do that? Do you find students feel comfortable with that? She asked questions and listened carefully. And when it got to the point where Supervisor Y felt like he'd really explained what had happened, she asked him, are you interested in hearing what my experience has been? And Supervisor Y could have said no, but he didn't. He said, yeah, I am. He had a relationship with her, and he knew her as somebody who was a straight shooter and also treated him and other staff who worked for her fairly. And she talked about and shared her own experience as a pre-doctoral intern in a large organization where she was the only person of color in an all-white staff. And there were frequently comments made about people of color, whether African American or Asian American or Latina, that were disparaging. And then the staff member would turn and say, but not you, or you're the exception. And how angry and helpless and offended she was, and how it impaired her ability to learn from these folks who might have, in her, as she put it, they had some good skills, but they were really lacking in this. And it would turn out to be just a very consistently unhappy and uncomfortable experience. Supervisor Y quieted and asked whether Dr. Leader thought he had done something of the same to his supervisees. And she said, well, I think you did, by not listening and not understanding the offense that was experienced by your students. He asked Dr. Leader what he might consider to do to kind of change what he did with his postdocs. He still believed that therapists have to have some toughness, but he didn't feel the need to be offending or upsetting his students, particularly since it was clear that they had gone all the way to Dr. Leader, that it upset them that much. And she provided some resources, one of which included Daryl Sue and colleagues' resources for developing and maintaining cultural humility. And it includes 6 steps. And we don't have time today to go into all kinds of detail with respect to this, but Daryl was a colleague of mine at CSPP before he was taken away by some low-level organization or Columbia University. He's still a professor there, and he was just a treasure to have in our faculty. And he did some trainings, and we asked permission to use these. And he talks about the need for all of us, whether we're Euro-American or BIPOC folks, whether we are immigrants, and almost all of us except for American Indians are immigrants to this nation, that we are aware of and accept the fact that difference is real. Whether there's attempts to erase it or not, it's real, okay? An awareness of one's own culture. How are we embedded? How did one grow up? I grew up in a kind of working toward middle-class family, right? And I grew up with a particular religious set of beliefs, and I'm white, and I have many of the privileges that white people do in this society. And what Daryl strongly suggests is that we pay attention to that, not as a criticism, but as a reality, and to understand that differences impact the services we provide. And while as obvious as that may be, it's somewhat easy to ignore when it comes to differences in sexual orientation and gender identity and race and ethnicity and religion and SES, okay? And that when one person from a more high status community is working with one from a lower status community, that doesn't mean they're less worthwhile or less human, but valued less in our society. That the same statement by that supervisor, like Supervisor Y, or a clinician, can have a very different impact, right? So that means we have to take time, Daryl and colleagues say, to learn about our clients' cultures and really contextualize historically and currently. And sometimes that's going to mean asking clients what their experience has been, and being open to hearing about that experience. And sometimes, as you all know, it can be very painful. Right? There also is an emerging literature that adapting our evidence-based practices to be culturally appropriate, to culturally fitting to each culture has theories and beliefs, some less structured, some much more structured, about how illness and distress and mental distress develops and how it is overcome. And the more we can be grounded in those when we're working across culture, the more likely we are to be effective. In one study, was actually a meta-analysis, there was something like a 30% increase in effectiveness when using culturally appropriate metaphors than when not. We can't afford to give up 30% of variance. That's a huge amount of variance. And we have to also continue to recognize that we all grow up in a soup of mental shortcuts and biases and stereotypes, as well as racism and prejudices against all kinds of folks, including gender diverse people and socioeconomic prejudices. And some of us have more of that than others, but it is necessary, Daryl points out, that we all continue to do that work. So this is not going to be a perfect kind of conversation, and it worked well for Dr. Leader and Supervisor Y is taking some appropriate steps. But these are tools that we hope may help you in having these conversations. And, there's a parallel and kind of simultaneous foci, which is doing our own work, paying attention to ourselves, and developing skills that are core to our ability to function well in a variety of settings as mental health professionals. How do we deal with conflictual situations and systems? It's just part of our reality Dr. Perry, when you asked your question about systems that push on us, well, it is developing some of those skills that we ordinarily wouldn't think I'm going to have to develop because I'm just going to do my job. But as you know and I know, we're often not just allowed to do that. There are a lot of ways in which we have interference, right? So these are, I'm sorry, let me back up for a sec. These are core components of professional skills. And our sense is that they're more practical and likely more effective than either cutting off or shaming clients, patients, colleagues, or trainees, or ignoring, which also just sustains potential harm. Okay. We hope that what happens is that these, even though these are no longer terms one is supposed to use, that we can translate our ethical values of inclusion and fairness into action. And it's about continuing lifelong learning and exploration and humility in this among many dimensions of the work that we have. And the point is that we're trying to reduce the likelihood of harm. That's the point, right? Third set of conversations. How could you write that about me? And this has to do with the Cures Act and the information blocking rule. And this involves Dr. J, who works in a hospital-based clinic. And the clinic serves people diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. Dr. J has been working with Mr. O, who identifies as he, him, a patient who experiences also significant episodes of paranoia. And the alliance has been slow to form. And Mr. O is kind of suspicious, really wonders and asks Dr. J about what she says to other people about him. And she's worked really hard to develop the alliance and had to, in many respects, put off the skill focus that the treatment center uses some because he was not going to have it. He was not going to engage in any kind of skill-based work. But things began to move, right? And like all of us, or a vast majority, and all of us should be doing, she kept records. She used a standard professional approach, documenting start and stop times of the session, who's present, the medium through which sessions are completed. Oftentimes they were remote, but also location of the patient, goals, interventions, any emergencies, right? And a narrative brief of what was happening depending on the events that occurred in a particular session. And like most mental health professionals, she viewed records with the three core components, which is what we've been teaching as risk managers for quite a long time. They're centrally about continuity of care between sessions for us as providers, but also what happens if Dr. J has to be out because she's ill, or wonders of wonders, she takes a vacation and is able to take care of herself. The person who steps in needs to know what's going on. Obviously important for risk management, reimbursement purposes, right? And so she keeps her typical records. Recently, in the hospital, the clinical records keeping system was integrated with the electronic records keeping system for the hospital. And staff clinicians at the clinic were now notified that they had to comply with the information blocking rule, which allows patients to get instantaneous access to their records once the records have been entered into the system. Soon after this change, Dr. J and Mr. O had a session. It was a particularly challenging one. Mr. O had really some very stressful life events. He had been laid off his tech job. AI had taken over. He lost at the same time his beloved dog. And unfortunately, that increased his what had become quiescent paranoia. During the session, Dr. J tried to help Mr. O challenge his distorted thinking, but he got increasingly agitated and angry. And after that, Dr. J shifted their approach to a more empathic, reflective stance. And the session ended, however, on a troubling note when Dr. J made their usual session ending statement, "I'll see you next week." And Mr. O responded with, "Maybe not." Okay. She checked in on suicidality and he denied it. But a few days after the session, she got an enraged email from Mr. O excoriating her for writing such things as, quote, "increased paranoia and defensiveness," unquote, or, quote, irritable and angry in the progress notes. He said, "That's our last session." He couldn't trust Dr. J anymore. Of course, Dr. J was dismayed and upset by this turn of events and attempted multiple times to reach out to Mr. O and express her regret that the record had been so upsetting, and offered to meet with him and discuss his reactions. Mr. O responded once and reiterated that he didn't want to see Dr. J any longer, and then he stopped responding. Documentation continues to be a key risk management strategy. If it ain't written down, it didn't happen. You all know that old saw. It's also crucial for the purposes that Dr. J thought. Okay. HIPAA and many states have long required access to records. HIPAA continues to have a 30-day access maximum, although the Office of Civil Rights has been considering shortening it to 15 days. The proposal for that was made, I think, at least 3 years ago. They haven't done so yet, so it's still at a federal level 30 days. States vary considerably. There are some, Texas, for example, and California, that require Louisiana, that require 15 days access. So you have to provide the record within 15 days. But so we've, for a long time, had to be giving records to clients. And the requirements were to provide all of what's called the designated record set: billing, email, text messages, messaging through the portal, legal documentation like the informed consent form, okay? And there are some exceptions, including psychotherapy notes that we'll get to in a bit. But what Dr. J is facing here is the fallout from the information blocking rule in the Cures Act. The law was passed 2016. The regs were put in place almost exactly 5 years ago, April, 5 years ago. And the purpose of these standards, as well as their impact, their purpose was to facilitate access to appropriate information and improve care. Okay, greater ease of access to digital healthcare information, and the regulations here were essentially intended to do three things. Okay, first, with this what's called open notes rule. It allows immediate access to records, just like Mr. O got after the session. And here, in a variety of means, we didn't talk about how he got access, but through portals and on the internet and through apps and through tablets, if those are available. It's also intended to make it easier to transfer these records electronically if need be. So if, for example, I'm a patient in California and I'm a patient at Kaiser, and I move to New York City and I become a patient at New York Health and Hospitals system, all right? At least the purpose of this rule is to allow the records to be easily transferred and to mesh with the record-keeping system at the Health and Hospital Corporation, okay? The other is what's called interoperability, fancy word. What that means is essentially that different EHRs can talk to each other. And electronic health record keeping systems have been touted as the best thing since sliced bread in many ways, because they would allow systems, especially in emergencies, to talk to each other. And for example, let's say I'm visiting New York and I'm from California and I have an accident and they've got my identity, and they've got my healthcare card, but I don't have any information about some serious, let's say, I'm making this up, but some serious allergy that I have to a particular medication. Well, theoretically, if they could get the information quickly because it's an emergency, and so, they would be able to access records in a crisis situation, and it was structured in the same way in my Kaiser system versus the New York Health and Hospital, they'd be able to get it immediately. The problem has been that these EHRs have not been able to talk to each other. They've been created by different companies. They're different software companies. And as a result, at least until relatively recently, they were structured in really different ways. Well, the Cures Act and the Open Notes rule required that these systems develop basically the same structure so that they could become interoperable, right? And if I was injured in New York City and I'm unconscious and I can't say anything, they can get access to that information. They can save my life, right? So the purpose is a good one and makes good sense. Now, it includes access through things like apps. So we're using this with permission. Kaiser Permanente app, they have My Doctor Online. There are others. There's My Healthy Vet. There's My Chart for New York Health and Hospital Corporation. And so it was not only the systems could talk to each other, but you and I as patients or our patients and clients can access that information, right? Now, it wasn't until about 3 years ago, a little bit less than that, that the Office of the National Coordinator of Healthcare Technology actually set fines for failure to comply. And those fines are pretty substantial at this point, but they apply primarily either to the software companies, or, for example, to folks who do Medicare work. They're now applying to more, but the fines have yet to be developed against solo providers or small practices. We still have to be careful because it could be any day now, and these can be pretty heavy fines. Okay. They also specify, and this is important to keep in mind, that this rule and the law applies only if you have an electronic health record keeping system and it is feasible for you to have online access to it. That's financially and technologically. Nowadays, that's pretty likely. The structure that I mentioned a moment ago is called the USCDI, the United States Core Data for Interoperability. It's essentially, okay, here's what you got to include, companies and EHRs, in each one of your EHRs so they can talk to each other. It's now on the seventh draft. It started out 2015 or 16 on the first. Okay. And essentially, what's involved in this structure is what's being called, what HIPAA calls, the designated record set. I'll get back to that shortly. Give me a sec here. Now, the Open Notes rule does not make big changes in the type of information to which clients or patients get access. It makes big changes in the timing and method, all right? So the expectation with electronic health record keeping systems is instantaneous once it's been posted. And that it can be from smartphones, as you see with our picture here of the person parachuting and having their phone out, right? You can do it from basically anywhere you can get reception, right? And while it initially created and did create a different definition of electronic health information than HIPAA had, it's essentially overlapping at this point. It is what is called the designated record set. Now, what in the blazes is a designated record set? Under HIPAA, basically, it is the clinical record, okay, in a nutshell. A designated record set includes medical records, intake, diagnosis, documentation of symptoms, treatment plan, progress notes, dates, start and stop times, all of the stuff of the standard kind of progress note. Hold on a sec. Someday I'm going to learn how to talk and breathe at the same time. Um, Billing records, records for insurance company payments, claims, enrollment, all of that is part of the record. And any information under the designated record set definition that you and I use to base decisions on a person's care. So this is a little different, and this started 23 years ago when HIPAA went into effect. But let's say I get some information from a colleague. They send me their neuropsych evaluation of my patient with my patient's authorization. Okay. Well, if I use that to help develop the treatment plan, now it becomes part of my designated record set. So my patient can get access to that on my electronic health record keeping system. In other words, we do have to disclose the information received from other providers on which we rely to even a small degree to craft treatment and to make decisions about care. Okay. So any record that we rely on to make treatment determinations becomes accessible. Now, I've already mentioned the historical problem with electronic health records keeping systems. This is the version 7, the draft version, and I'm going to give you 10 seconds to memorize this. I'm joking, okay? I just wanted to flash this on just to show you the kind of categories that are now required to be included in pretty much all electronic health record keeping systems, right? Adverse events, right? Allergies. Well, you and I may not be putting that information in because we don't have it, which is fine, but the system has to be capable, okay? Care plan, treatment plan, we do that. Care team members may just be you, or it may be a group of professionals. Notes, okay? These are going to be progress notes, emergency, referral notes, okay? So some of this will apply to you and me as mental health professionals, and some of it will be generally irrelevant to most of us, like laboratory reports. Unless you're a prescribing psychologist getting those reports, we're basically not going to be filling out that particular section, nor the section on medication, except to describe what someone else may be prescribing if we're non-prescribing clinicians. Okay. So the intent here is to benefit patients and clients, to make it more likely that they'll be able to get care across services, hospitals, clinics, and providers, right? And also to know more about what's going on. Now, clinical records are not the same as a psychotherapy note. And I think many of you are aware of this distinction, but it continues to cause confusion, and for good reason. It continues to be confusing because what you and I ordinarily think of as the psychotherapy note is the note that we did about this particular patient, right? So it's in our record. But HIPAA, in the original regulations and continuing definition, says that a psychotherapy note is essentially a record that's kept separate from the clinical record with information that's too sensitive for the clinical record, and that it contains quotes, speculations, hypotheses that only you as a clinician are looking at, a lot like what you and I might think of as a process note. That's exempted from this designated record set that a patient or client can get access to through the open notes rule. Also, if you're preparing for a lawsuit, you're a forensic psychologist, they're not going to get access to the information in anticipation of civil, criminal, or administrative action. And there are some other HIPAA exceptions here. But I've already defined the psychotherapy note for you. And just to emphasize, it's not the same as the clinical record. All of the things I was mentioning, start-stop times, results of clinical tests, summary of diagnosis, functional status, and progress notes, Those are the clinical record. The client gets access to those. Okay. They don't get immediate access to the psychotherapy note. Now, having said that, states are different in this regard. There are some states, like Illinois, that very clearly exempt psychotherapy notes even from access under subpoena. It's really interesting. The court could order it still, but nonetheless. But most states don't give that level of protection. There's a lot of variability from one state to the next about whether they recognize and give the same level of protection to a psychotherapy note. The other thing to keep in mind with psychotherapy notes, whether they're handwritten or typed in a different secure setting, is that, or secure place, is that while they're kept separate and we don't have to provide them to clients, if they're in existence and the client or patient authorizes the disclosure of that record to a third party, we do have to provide them if they specifically authorize it. So this is going to only be of limited protection, okay, in terms of privacy. And as a result, one of my suggestions, and I think our suggestions as risk managers, is is that you not use your psychotherapy note as a place to essentially write about all of your countertransference for the client or patient. That be aware that they're still accessible and they could be disclosed, and even disclosed in a legal proceeding if ordered by a court or if authorized by the client or patient. All right. Now, there are a few other exceptions, and I see I've got one question here, comment, but there are a few other exceptions to the open notes rule. And the three that are most relevant to our work, there are a number, there are about 8, but the 3 most relevant to our work are the preventing harm exception, privacy exception, and infeasibility. And the preventing harm exception basically says this: if we have a reasonable belief that we have to keep the patient or client from getting access to reduce a risk of physical harm to that person or to somebody else in the world, in the community, we can withhold the record. It can't be broader than necessary, so it might be redacting or only allowing access to half of the particular progress note, not the other half, which gets technologically a little tricky, but that would be the way we might have to do it. It has to be based on specific risk and protecting against that risk, based on policy or our judgments, and we have to document the facts and circumstances. So it has to be substantial physical harm. It's not just a risk to the relationship. So HIPAA and also the Open Notes rule do not really give recognition to the potential damage, as has happened in the relationship between Dr. J and Mr. O, and continue not to do so. Okay. The second exception is, the language here is awkward, but it's intended to cover a range of circumstances. Precondition not satisfied. Essentially, do you have to have a client authorize this? Otherwise, you couldn't reveal it. Well, that's not information blocking or respecting an individual's request not to share information. So just as an example, suppose you're working in a college counseling center and you have a young adult you're working with who's given their parents permission to see their medical record, but they ask you not to share their counseling record. Well, if the parents claimed that you were information blocking, it wouldn't fly, because this is respecting the individual's request not to share information when they have a right to make that kind of request. Okay. And then the last one, and then I will move on to questions, and then we'll move on to lunch. Infeasibility. And infeasibility has to do partly with uncontrollable events. So I just found out after we started today that my internet carrier had decided to have an outage today to do repairs. I didn't get anything in an email, so that's why I dropped a little bit earlier, and I'm hoping they'll come back again sometime soon. We shall see. But public health emergencies, labor strikes, outages, okay. If you can't share, they're not going to hold you or me responsible. If you can't separate out your psychotherapy note from other material, although that actually won't really be very protective, it's not likely to apply to us very often. But the other infeasibility is if it's too expensive to have a portal accessible to clients, that's getting less and less to be the case. It's much more likely now that even with the types of electronic health record keeping systems that you and I can have in a solo private practice, that they also have portals, right? Now, after we have lunch, I will get to one more exception, but there is, looks like an anonymous comment rather than the question, but perhaps a question. I find there is an ideal versus reality on the ground, especially when we may live in an area where our professional community is small and precedes us by many decades. I find it difficult to press things any further when informal seems to fail, as similar to concerns about employee surveys in a very small department, there is no real anonymity, if pushing beyond the initial conversation. It seems less at times like bystander apathy and more an assessment of utility. As an example, an older colleague does not use demographically adjusted normative data and does not seem to grasp the importance when this is broached with them. I absolutely agree that there are real impediments. It's not just our reticence, anonymous commenter. And so we do what we can do. And even where there isn't anonymity, for example, in making a complaint, if we're bound by our ethics code, we are supposed to move to a to more formal complaint process, right? That being said, I certainly don't mean to minimize that it can be tough to do this. In the environment that I mentioned where I was asked to have a conversation with a colleague, there were only 6 of us clinicians. I mean, I wasn't going to be able to hide the other clinicians' identities, right? And I was able to have a better effect. But if you're using non-demographically, not you, but a colleague is using non-demographically adjusted normative data, that can cause harm. And if the person is not able or willing to acknowledge that this could be a problem and try to do something about it, then ethically we may have a duty to try to escalate it in a more formal way. If it's not going to go anywhere, we're by no means omnipotent. We're so far from that. So we do the best we can. Another anonymous question, I think, or concern. I often hear discrepancies and you suspect state matters. Do psychologists seeing patients inside a hospital need the patient to sign a release to speak with and share records with an outpatient doctor? Or would a verbal given and noted in our documentation suffice? My concern is burdening case managers even more than they already are. So you're right. This does vary state by state. Interestingly, our ethics code says we need to get informed consent and document it. It doesn't say we need a document, right? So is it safest to make sure that it's a signed document? You bet. No question, in my view. If you can have the case managers get a signed document, great. But if you're referring from a hospital to an outpatient and you've got to transfer information and you've documented it in the record, it's okay to follow up later with that. Same with when you get a subpoena and your client says, oh yeah, doc, send off all that information. Document carefully that they've said that. I would really want you to get it in writing, but sometimes it's not possible. And so you're right, it varies by state. Some states won't let you do it that simply, but many times you can because the state doesn't specify around, particularly when you are sharing responsibility for a case. And I did notice that there was a question about if you didn't have an electronic health record keeping system before, must you now upload your files? No, you're not required to go back and recreate. It's just anything that you're doing now in an accessible system, okay? And so there isn't any apparent retroactive applicability of this standard. It is a standard that began and was imposed in 2021. And if you didn't have electronic health record keeping system until today, You would only be required to give access today. And then if somebody asks you for the rest of their records, if you're in a state that mirrors HIPAA, you could have 30 days to provide it. If it's a state like Louisiana or Texas or California, you would have 15 days. Okay. And so one thing to keep in mind is that the accessibility idea, or the feasibility idea, initially when this was crafted, the EHRs were quite expensive. Now they're more within the grasp of small solo providers like me and like many other people, where it would not take so much of our income that we couldn't do it. So it's not typically going to be applied to us unless we simply don't have an electronic health record keeping system, which interestingly is not legally required for non-medical mental health providers like psychologists. The standards for physicians are different, but for you and me, there is no legal requirement. Pragmatically, if you're doing third-party insurance systems or Medicare, you basically have to have it. But if you don't, and you keep appropriate records, they can be hard copy. Okay, there's no rule that says they have to be in electronic form. Now, what this rule didn't take into account is the experience that Dr. J had, the impact of reviewing notes without filter, without pause, and the potential negative consequences. And those issues were raised when the statute was being considered in 2015, during the subsequent years when the regulations were being crafted. But essentially, the perspective was that just like every other patient, mental health patients have a right to access to records. So we have a potentially harmful standard for some relationships in some circumstances. And what that's led to are some ideas about how to minimize that harm. And we'd like to give you two approaches that have been the most common and most likely that you'll find in the literature. Those approaches include modifying what we put in our record, how we keep the record, and then also doing something called collaborative record keeping. Now, those are not mutually exclusive, but I'll talk about them separately because they've kind of developed independent of one another. Okay. There's been an open notes project now probably more than 20 years in existence. And you can see the link here in the slide, and you can also find it in your printout of these slides. And they've been proponents of sharing records with patients for quite a long time. And they've argued, and there is some research to support them, although it's not the most sophisticated, that the sharing of records with patients can create safer treatment because our patients and clients can see if there are errors, and they may be able to understand and review their treatment plans. Also, there's some interesting research, just one or two studies that suggest for traditionally marginalized communities, being able to routinely access their records can increase trust in the provider. And I think partly this has to do with many generations, including current problems in communities of access and inclusion from healthcare and distrust of, well-earned, unfortunately, distrust of healthcare providers. So actually seeing what's being written, especially if it's done in a sensitive fashion, may be helpful. They also argue, and there's a little bit of data to suggest that it could help improve empowerment and increase alliances, unlike what we saw with Dr. J and Mr. O. And it may help people understand more the conditions that they are experiencing and help remind them about what kind of treatment they need. So this Open Notes organization makes a number of different recommendations. They encourage us to define the terms we use in our notes, that we define and give a list of common abbreviations, links, for example, to credible sources of information, that we incorporate outcomes of our tests. Now, most of all of us are not doing lab tests, but we do, a Beck depression inventory or a PHQ-9 or any number of screeners, and they suggest putting that in the record with a brief explanation. All right. And a note of caution about trusted resources and links. They're great to do, but you have to monitor links that you have for clients, whether they're on your online presence and site, or they're in social media that you're posting, or they're in your electronic health record keeping system. I have a colleague who was a sex therapist for probably about 40 years. And she was one of those folks who you'd look at her and go, no way. She looks so buttoned up and tight, but she was just really excellent. And she had a site until she retired of that listed resources, credible resources on issues regarding sexual dysfunction, difficulties in relationship, differences in desire. And she had a new couple come into her service and say, wow, you've got some racy material on your website. And she didn't. She was very careful about what she posted. And she asked them what they meant. Well, that site that gave us information about sexual dysfunction and different desire levels in a couple, that's what we've been encountering. And so we were looking at it. That was really amazing. I was like, kind of like, we didn't expect you to have actual sex on that. And she was startled because she didn't. And when she checked the link, it had been hijacked by a pornography site. So please be careful. Fortunately, it didn't cause too much disruption for her in that instance, but you can imagine, right, what can happen. Obviously, they also argue, Open Notes, that we be mindful of sensitive topics. And of course, mental health issues are sensitive. And so be careful about abbreviations. This is funny. I read this on Open Notes after it happened to me. I have a physician that I've had for a number of years in a large system who I really like. Very straightforward, very informative. We have these, even though they're always rushed, she seems to be willing to just extend time to explain the technicalities to me and help me look things up. And I just had bronchitis. This was before COVID. And she had given me some prescription meds, but also some over-the-counter meds. And I had forgotten what the over-the-counter meds were. So because I had my handy-dandy app and it was a system that allows for me to even look it up on my phone, I looked up my record maybe an hour after I got out of the session. Sure enough, there it was. And one of the first things she said was patient SOB. I was not an SOB. Well, it means shortness of breath, but you can imagine using abbreviations that are either opaque or might otherwise be interpreted. It could be problematic. So after my initial jarring, I realized what she meant. She did not explain it, but I knew she was talking about that. But it can be very offensive. Okay, so watch your abbreviations and also how we phrase things. We usually think of records as talking to each other as providers, continuity of care, talking to a lawyer, talking to utilization review, right, or an insurance company. And yes, it is a shorthand to say patient non-compliant, patient unreliable reporter. But what the Open Notes Project suggests, in light of our current easy and complete access to the clinical record, is that we use behavioral observations, irrespective of one's theoretical perspective. Okay. So rather than saying, non-compliant, use a few more words. Patient or Robert or whomever reports he didn't take medications as prescribed or as suggested. And what they point out is it's less likely to be experienced as pejorative rather than just reporting what happened and what the person said. They encourage us to avoid copy and paste. It annoys other professionals. It annoys patients. It does not make you or happy. And probably the biggest challenge for me that I've gotten a little better at is using plain language in my notes. Um, and they give some helpful examples. I'm actually gonna post one of those in a second. And what they say, of course, and what we want to do is to sign the notes in a timely manner. And with electronic health record keeping systems, you sign them electronically, right? Please do it as soon after the sessions are completed as you can, near contemporaneous. Waiting a day or so, there's no specific rule usually, but some organizations have a rule. But the closer you do that, the more likely that you'll be protecting yourself, all right, and do the signature. But here's an example of a young woman who frequently self-mutilates to manage stress. She is taking meds. She does use marijuana and alcohol, which she says helps her more than her psychotropic medications. She has a lot of conflict with her boyfriend, and there's been occasional physical pushing. You're her clinician, and you're trying to explore other medication options and encourage her to try DBT. What might a note look like after a session where she describes some of these things? Well, with the open notes model, you might say something like, yes, the patient, you're feeling about the same as during our last visit. You noted that the medication seems to help somewhat, but I've shared my concerns with you that your continued use of marijuana and alcohol likely interferes with the ability of the medication to help. You recognize your frustration and unhappiness, however, and we're open to discussing a referral to our DBT skills group. I think this could be very helpful. I also raised the question of AA, and we agreed to see how it felt for you to go for a week without alcohol. I'm going to talk to Dr. M about meeting with you to review your medications. While you have your ups and downs at your job as a tutor, you see your boss as supportive, and that's encouraging. So lots of different ways to craft this, but the idea is that you do so as if you're speaking to the client or patient. That's very different than what I learned, okay? But you can still include all of the core information that one needs. Continuing to be struggling with, your depression or your unhappiness, medical necessity, right, for insurance purposes. Now, APA has some different suggestions from a few years ago, and they, I think, rightfully point out that lean records are okay, although I would encourage you to be very careful when you have a riskier situation or patient or client that you write more rather than less. Somebody who's having repeated suicidal ideation, you don't want to have a lean record. You want to show that you've been able to evaluate and assess and for each of the sessions that you've met with them so that you can gauge whether you have to do increased interventions, referrals, or even hospitalization. But they also encourage documentation, and this is very much in line with open notes, with the expectation that the patient client's going to read it and be clear about how you keep group notes, family or couple treatment notes, who has access and how. And for group members, generally keep separate records, and that's common practice, okay? And let patients, clients know they can ask to have parts of the record made unavailable to others in the situations such as I was mentioning about college students. Now, the second approach, oops, let me go a little fast here. The second approach is a collaborative record keeping approach. This has actually been used in the British healthcare system for probably around a decade and a half or 2 decades. And the central idea is that you do documentation with the patient or client present and involved, whether in your remote session or in person. You get their input, their perspectives, and they have a number of benefits that they cite. Again, the literature is not strong. These are just, a handful of studies, but they argue that it increases transparency, trust, engagement, and it can help reduce the likelihood of misunderstandings and misinterpretations. And that's something that I think is quite possible, given that if you go over the record or you're telling the person what you're writing, that when they see it, no surprises and they know what you mean, or they're more likely to. It gives them the opportunity to seek clarification, and it may allow us to be more efficient in writing our records. So the focus is still on your assessment, but it includes the patient or client's own assessment and goals and progress and their view of it. Dovetails very well with in-session feedback models like the PCOMS, the Partners for Change Outcome Management System, which has some research supporting it. It also is in keeping with family and person-centered models of care. Now, how to introduce this? There are a few different ways that have been suggested. This is one example. I'd like to try something today that you may find helpful. Research shows that when therapists and clients write notes together, it can improve understanding and collaboration. I'd like to try that with you before the end of the session, in this session, and in future sessions. And then in writing the note with the person, to start writing it at the beginning of our session, we talked about how when you're feeling down and depressed, you stop reaching out to friends and family. Did I understand that correctly? Yeah. Is this right? Joe's been feeling better and wants to stop taking his medications. I suggested he be sure to talk to a psychiatrist before doing that. Or, I know you've been having a hard time sleeping, so let's go over the suggestions I've made today for sleep hygiene. So, pretty straightforward, same kind of note. But with the person there. Now, of course, none of these are going to work perfectly, okay? Some patients or clients are going to find it uncomfortable. When I started using collaborative record keeping with my couples, I had one member of a couple, you'll never guess this person's profession, say to me, I'm not going to do your work for you. And I said, okay, you don't have to do this. The idea is to make it more productive for you. It does help me some, but that's not the major issue here. So for some people may object. And when you have somebody who's manic or floridly psychotic, or it's an emergency or crisis, it's not going to be a great time to do collaborative record keeping. But if you combine that with the idea that our patients and clients are going to see these records, and they're going to see them without us filtering them in most circumstances, it helps to prepare us, and would have been helpful for Dr. J to get an introduction to that and that kind of training. Now, there are data. Again, I'm not, not floored by it, but I think that it's helpful, that negative outcomes are, interestingly enough, infrequent in mental health settings, and related mostly to how notes are framed and the perceived negative wording, okay? Not the access itself. Collaborative record keeping somewhere, and there have been a few studies in Britain especially, between 80 and 95% of mental health patients found it helpful, and over 3/4 wanted it to continue. There was a qualitative data from one study that found that the therapist comfort level with doing collaborative records or open notes oriented records was the primary factor, or if not just a factor, in determining whether the records were helpful and whether the methods were helpful. And one small study also suggested that it enhances the alliance. So these regulations promote quick multi-platform access, interoperability, as I mentioned. There are some exceptions to access. The privacy, that is the preconditions, existing preconditions, as they say in the regs, but the privacy rules where we have to get authorization from someone first. And there were penalties put in place. We have it for developers, app developers as of 2023, some hefty penalties, but also for Medicare providers as of 2024. As I mentioned, for non-Medicare providers who are not in system settings where you're in a hospital where they've already come up to speed, they have yet to impose penalties, but it will probably happen. I'm just not sure how quickly, okay? And in a nutshell, it's a good idea to prepare strategies to help get some benefit from this system and to try to reduce the negative impact that Dr. J experienced with her client, and that especially her client experienced. and changing in how we keep records, and the use of collaborative documentation are two potential approaches. And as a personal footnote, I mentioned that I initially struggled with shifting how I wrote records. I have my legal training, and was trained to do clinical work in the early part of the 1980s. So I've been around for a little while, and I was trained using a SOAP note model, right? Um, and trained to be communicating in a very kind of staccato manner, and that was really intended to give a lot of information to other providers, and also to keep things rather opaque, frankly, right? It took me about 6 to 8 weeks until I started getting comfortable with writing it in plain language, and also more oriented to clients seeing it. And while I haven't had a lot of clients say anything, I did have one feedback maybe a year ago, maybe 14 months ago, saying, and I have been doing some collaborative record keeping as well, with somebody saying, it was helpful to go over that, because when I looked at it, I went, oh yeah, that's what Dr. Dan said. It was just a confirmation. It was an extension of the therapeutic alliance. And that client's feedback struck me that that's how we can use these records, given what we're required to do in many environments with the open notes rule. Okay, let me shift gears to talk about our fourth challenging conversation. And this is a conversation about especially mandated reporting of child abuse. Vignette here is Mr. Worried came into services, requested services from Dr. Mandate. Okay. And they just begun treatment. Mr. Worried's 11-year-old daughter, Clara, had presenting problems of anxiety, and she was resisting seeing her mother, Ms. Unconcerned. Okay. The parents had agreed to a visitation plan following their divorce the previous year. Ms. Unconcerned had become increasingly irritated by reports that Clara was refusing to visit with her, and consented to treatment in the hopes that Dr. Mandate would, quote, straighten this girl out, unquote. In the second session, Clara reported that her mother recently left her in the company of Ms. Concern's new boyfriend, okay, and that the boyfriend, while inebriated, had touched her in a way that made her feel, as she put it, funny, and had tried to remove some of Clara's clothes, and she got away from him and left the house before anything more could happen. Dr. Mandate was very familiar with the child abuse reporting mandates in his state, and immediately called CPS, made a report, and quickly followed up his phone report by, in his state, the required documentation within 72 hours. By the way, some states have 36, some states have no requirement for documentation. It depends. Apparently, when CPS came to Ms. Unconcerned's home to investigate, she got very angry and demanded to know who had made such a baseless allegation. And despite the state law that protects the confidentiality of reporters, the investigator let slip that that Dr. Mandate had made the report. Ms. Unconcerned immediately called him, rescinded her permission for Dr. Mandate to treat her daughter, and said she was going to sue him for his, quote, false and malicious, unquote, report. When Dr. Mandate called Mr. Worried to say he would not be able to continue care, Mr. Worried told him that CPS had classified the case as unfounded because Clara had recanted, and Ms. Unconcerned and her boyfriend had vehemently denied any wrongdoing, saying that Mr. Worried had simply put Clara up to it, with Dr. Mandate's collusion. Sure enough, about 6 weeks after this all transpired, Dr. Mandate received a summons and complaint from an attorney representing Ms. Unconcerned, saying that he had made an unfounded report. Let's take a step back in time, okay? It's somewhat arcane, but interesting to know that criminal cases and prosecutions for parents abusing their children go back in the United States and in colonies to the 1600s. And the child welfare concerns got more attention over time, especially in the late 1800s. But it wasn't until 1962, so at this point, a little bit more than 60 years ago, that public awareness and concern really grew, became galvanized. And it happened in response to kind of a confluence of influences. Kemp and colleagues had a groundbreaking study where they were using this relatively new technology of X-ray technology being applied to medicine. It had been in existence for perhaps 40 years, but it got increasingly used in medicine, where he and a group of colleagues um, basically got access to bone break evidence from X-rays from emergency rooms, and were able to begin to classify those bone breakage by those breakages that appeared to be intentional, brought on by intentional actions by their parents. And this article, 1962 article, truly exploded onto the public scene. By 1967, almost all American jurisdictions had a child abuse reporting law. And within about 10 or 11 years after that, the feds passed laws that essentially gave financial incentives to states to enact child abuse reporting laws and to do so in keeping with federal standards for reporting, prevention, and intervention. Right now, because these were financial incentives, virtually no state in the United States is required to have child abuse reporting laws. But every state has taken the federal funding because they're getting reimbursed and paid to do this. Okay. And so we've seen some increasing consistency, but it's not uniform. Um, there have been over the years, Neuberger in 1983 was one of the first, but Gary Melton, who was a remarkable, one of my colleagues called him the Brahms of child rights in among psychologists, wrote a very powerful article about the concerns regarding inequitable application of laws against traditionally marginalized communities, and that these mandates don't, they argued, necessarily reduce abuse and neglect. They're basically great at identifying it, not reducing it. Interestingly enough, there have been some studies from the University of New Hampshire, their Family Violence Institute, David Finkelor, who is a very productive researcher, actually showing that from the 90s on, while there have been some up and downs, we've seen some very significant decreases in child abuse and child sexual abuse in particular, and they don't appear to be just artifactual, just a lack of people reporting. They do appear to reflect actual reductions. So the reporting laws may have made a difference. Certainly, they're changing cultural beliefs around child rearing probably has been important too. Now, this legislation has evolved. Many states have lists of professionals. They may just be 5 or 6 groups. They may be 45. Many of them have lists, but all have fairly low thresholds for reporting. Most say something like, when a mandated reporter has reason to believe or reasonably suspects or reason to suspect. So the level of proof is quite low, okay? And almost all states provide some form, in fact, all do, of immunity to the mandated reporter from civil and or criminal liability. And almost all states impose penalties for failing to report. So example, this is a classic, Wisconsin Annotated Statutes 48981 reads, a mandated reporter is required to report when they have reasonable cause to suspect that a child seen by them in the course of professional duties has been abused or neglected, or when they have reason to believe that a child seen by them has been threatened with abuse or neglect. Okay, so there's that reasonable cause to suspect. It's a very light evidentiary standard. Now, what do I mean by light evidentiary standard? In the Um, it, in the criminal law, in order to prove in most cases that a person has violated the law and should be punished under our criminal law, a district attorney has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, what's also known in the law as to a moral certainty, that the person who engaged in the behavior did the behavior and intended to. Because what differentiates, for example, crimes from accidents is the intent to do harm versus an accidental harm, like having a car accident where somebody is physically injured, as opposed to intentionally assaulting them with a car. That differentiates, in the first instance, an accident; in the second instance, a crime. All right, and so in the threshold for criminal proof is this very high threshold. If we were to give it a number on 0 to 100, probably 95, 98%, very much along the lines of what we have traditionally required with our p-values, although those are understandably disputed at this point. Typical civil cases have a very light standard, but not as light as ours, called a preponderance of the evidence. And a preponderance of the evidence means 50.1% more sure that something has happened than not. A reasonable suspicion isn't even that sure. It's saying we just have a reasonable suspicion as another person with similar training would suspect the situation. It's not going to be just rumor or conjecture. It has to be at least a little bit of evidence, but it doesn't have to be very convincing at all. Okay. Now, these protections and punishments in reporting of child abuse developed in part because clinicians, we all are understandably trained, and reinforced time and again that confidentiality is crucial. I joked about my dissertation a little while ago with the host group. I did my dissertation in the Jurassic period, but I did it on the limits to confidentiality and empirically studied how they impacted disclosures on intake in the first few sessions in community mental health center. And not surprisingly, when explicit information about the limits to confidentiality was provided, patients disclosed significantly less about those very things that we need to report. So clinicians' concerns about mandated reporting are not baseless. Okay, it may be the rule and we do have to follow it, but the concerns we have, much like concerns about the open notes rule, it's not as if these just come out of thin air and we're just being reactive. Okay. There's also a concern about the negative impact on provider relationships, on treatment effectiveness, and on willingness of patients to share. Okay, and particularly in some larger systems, traditionally, in school settings, K through 12, but also hospitals, juvenile centers. If any of you have worked in them, I worked in them a number of years ago. That there's an institutional reluctance. So concerns also were over legal retribution. If you make a report, are you going to get sued for that, right? Just like in this case, our doctor mandate did. And how do you defend yourself? So as a result, the feds in their giving incentives to states to pass laws that they gave models for included both what they called the carrot and stick approach. Carrot and stick approach basically says we're going to protect you and make you immune from liability if you fulfill your duties, but we're going to punish you if you fail to. Okay. Now, the protections or immunities come in three flavors, three versions, right? And this is the largest majority of states have a good faith presumption, meaning, not presumption, excuse me, a good faith requirement, meaning that you can't make malicious or bad faith reports, but if you make a good faith report, you're immune from liability. That is criminally or civilly. So let's say Dr. Mandate was sued in a state that had a good faith reporting requirement, and Uh, and the mom, Ms. Unconcerned, made allegations that this was bad faith and he was colluding with Mr. Worried, her ex-husband. Okay. Well, what Dr. Mandate would need to do is to show that he engaged in a good faith analysis of this. Was this abuse? For the situation that he reported, it's not too much of a stretch. That's not too difficult to consider that it very likely was good faith. Okay. But it offers protection, but it also allows somebody to say, you did this in bad faith, and kind of puts the burden of proof on the professional. So it's not the highest level of protection. It is some for sure, but not the highest level. Now, there are other states, about 17 in the US, that not only require good faith, but they help us by saying, we presume your good faith. So what that does is instead of having Dr. Mandate have to show that he had good faith, Ms. Unconcerned had to prove that he didn't. That's what the presumptive good faith does. So that adds even more protection. And although a smaller number of states have presumptive good faith, that adds a layer of that kind of carrot approach that the feds take. There are a handful of states, 3 of which I'm aware, that actually have what's called unqualified immunity. This is what's called quasi-judicial, meaning you don't even have to have good faith. And it's highly protective of reporters. New Jersey, Maryland, California have unqualified immunity for reporters. I believe New Jersey may even have unqualified immunity for non-mandated reporters, but definitely for mandated reporters. Let me give you some examples. Good faith immunity clauses. Texas is classic. A person acting in good faith who reports child abuse and neglect, or who testifies or otherwise participates in a judicial proceeding or investigation, is immune from civil or criminal liability that might otherwise be incurred or opposed. Okay. If they act in bad faith or with malicious purpose, no immunity applies. Right. And that's kind of the majority of states have that approach. Florida, again, participating in good faith shall be immune from civil or criminal liability that might otherwise result by reason of such action. And Minnesota has the same language, as does Idaho. Okay. Illinois is an example of a state that makes a presumption. They say anybody, institution, person, agency, under reporting laws participates in good faith by making a report, it shall have immunity from any liability, civil or criminal, that otherwise might result by reason of such actions. But then they say, for the purpose of any proceeding, civil or criminal, the good faith of any persons required to report or refer, or who are permitted to report, so they're even permissive reporters, shall be presumed. So they're giving the burden to the person alleging its bad faith. Unqualified immunity states, Maryland, they just say, you shall have immunity from civil or criminal liability. And New Jersey says almost exactly the same thing. California code says something almost exactly the same, right? So these are protections that are afforded by states that do so because they're using model legislation or models of legislation from the feds, and they accept funding. So they then go ahead and pass these kind of laws. One of the things, there are a couple of unique things about California, but one of them is that California also applies this immunity, this level of immunity, without even having to think about good faith. And there's case law, 2 or 3 cases that basically say, yep, that's the way the law is, and it applies even if the mandated reporter intended to annoy, vex, or offend the person they're complaining about. It's a Streck's case from the early 90s, still good law. Okay. But the unusual provision, there are actually 2, is that if I'm a reporter, a mandated reporter in my professional life or scope of employment, and that's what it says, if you do that report, in your professional capacity or scope of employment. But then I happen to go out to lunch and I'm at a small fast food restaurant and I see a parent hitting a kid and the kid gets a bloody nose. And I get out my cell phone and I call the police and make a report. In my community, the police are defined as a child protective service. And then the person says, oh, you're just a neighbor who hates me and I'm going to sue you, and you're not a mandated reporter. The California law, this is to my best of my knowledge, this is a very rare provision. The California law says I'm as immune as if I was in my office. I'm not mandated to do that report at the restaurant, but if I do it, I'm immune in as the same as I would be if I were in my professional capacity or scope of employment. And the other oddity in the California law is if let's say, Dr. Mandate was in California and the family was in California, if Dr. Mandate successfully defends the lawsuit, and it's going to be a tough lawsuit from his unconcerned attorney because the immunity basically applies, as long as you follow the law, and there's no requirement in that state for good faith. Ms. Unconcerned is likely to lose. If she does, and Dr. Mandate wins, he can apply to the state to get paid up to $50,000 to defray the costs of his defense. And the insurance company can also get that money. It's very rare, okay? Now, unfortunately, even with these protections, and most of you are experienced clinicians and you're grown-ups, there are very few guarantees in our lives. But this kind of law does not guarantee protection when we make a report, okay? There are a number of cases where psychologists have been sued for making required reports. But when you review them, by far, I would say of the ones I've reviewed, probably 97 or 98%, the most common outcome is that the courts determine that there was good faith and it applies. And they usually get rid of the lawsuit at a summary judgment point, which is right at the beginning of trial and in the motion process. And there are dozens of those cases. There's a Michigan case, the Ackerman case, going back to the 1980s, where some orthopedic surgeons treated a child who had multiple bone fractures, and they ruled out brittle bone disease based on the clinical information they had. They made a child abuse report. The child was removed from the home. However, the child was hospitalized and later diagnosed with brittle bone disease, and the child was returned home, and the CPS case was dismissed, okay? The mother then sued Tri-County Orthopedic Group, who had made that report, alleging, among other things, that they were liable for the erroneous report, and the court ruled they had good faith, and the claims were dismissed on a summary judgment motion. There was a Texas case where a teacher allegedly hit a student in the eye with a chair. Imagine, I hope that wasn't on purpose, but this was, that can happen. And the principal, when the principal learned of it, spoke with the supervisor and was told appropriately to make a CPS report, which she did. The parents sued the teacher. The teacher turned around and sued the principal, saying this was a bad faith report. The principal filed for summary judgment, and initially the trial court said, no, we're not going to let you get summary judgment. But on appeal, the Texas Supreme Court overturned that ruling and dismissed the case, saying she reported in good faith. It was clear on the record. New York State, almost an identical kind of case. So I won't go through the facts of this one, but identical kind of case of being sued and having it dismissed. So when, if ever, does this immunity fail? Okay. And again, this is the predominant number by far are the application of good faith. And when you're in your role and there's some evidence, usually the courts are going to protect us. But there are exceptions to this typical trend. In other words, in some circumstances, courts will allow lawsuits to go forward, notwithstanding immunity provisions, even in a state like Maryland or New Jersey. Okay. There's an odd case, rather strange case from about 16 years ago, also in Texas, where two people broke into a home and assaulted and kidnapped a pregnant woman to take her to the hospital to force her to get a blood test because they believed that she was abusing OxyContin while pregnant and had stolen it from one of the kidnappers. When they were stopped by the police at the hospital, they told the police officer about their concerns regarding the unborn child being exposed to drugs. When they went to criminal trial for the kidnapping, assault, and break-in, they said they were going to report to CPS, but wanted to have the woman get a blood test to prove her innocence before doing so. And then they claimed immunity from criminal actions under the good faith clause because they argued that they were just trying to protect, at this point, the unborn child. Note, though, they'd committed numerous crimes prior to telling the police, had not reported it to CPS yet, and not surprisingly, the court said, no dice, you do not get to claim immunity. In a case called Cuff versus Grossmont Union High School District, a California case, there was a dad involved in a pretty intense custody battle with his ex-wife and had two boys. And apparently one of them or both of them had reported that their mom had been physically abusing them. He took them to see a school counselor who, as is the law requires, made the report. The counselor did so and filled out the documentation that California requires. And then the dad requested a copy of the report that she had written. Now, there's very clear law in California, in the statute, and now under Cuff, that that form that we fill out to report in this state can only go to a child protective service, could be police and it could go to a DA, but nobody else. But on some bad advice, the counselor went ahead and gave a copy to the dad. The dad immediately went to family court and got the mom's custody removed. It was just temporary, but the mom sued. And the mom argued that unqualified immunity should not apply to the Grossmont Union High School District counselor and the district. They should be liable for the harms that happened to her because they didn't follow the law. At the trial court dismissed it, saying, nope, no good faith is required, they're immune. But the Southern California Appeals Court ruled that because the counselor had not acted in accord with the law, they'd violated it. They basically had punched a hole in their immunity. Okay. Interestingly enough, it's very difficult to find any licensing board complaints against a professional for making a child abuse report where the board has found against the professional. Did an informal survey of our risk managers, and now close to around 120,000 calls, and only one risk manager could remember one call of those 120-some thousand calls where a board had sustained a complaint where a person had made a child abuse report. So we get a lot of callers with child abuse reports and questions about them. It is much, much, much more common to find that there's discipline when you fail to make a report. Most states define it as an unprofessional conduct. And even if it's not specifically noted in the regulations, licensing boards regularly view a failure to engage in a mandated report as being unprofessional conduct. Most states also make it a misdemeanor for failing to report, especially if there's later harm that happens. But even if it comes to their attention, it could be prosecuted. And I'm familiar with a handful of those cases in my jurisdiction. Interestingly, juries tend to be somewhat forgiving, at least in the very small sample that I have, of professionals when they've tried to use their professional judgment. But boards are not so inclined. Right? They're much more literal about the law. And some states, not all, some states permit malpractice cases, civil actions, if someone fails to report and bad things happen. Good example of what can happen with a failure to report is the Colorado statute says that it's a class 3 misdemeanor, punishable as a misdemeanor. Usually that's no more than, I think a class 3 is no more than 6 months in jail and $1,000 fine. And if you make a false report, it's also a misdemeanor. So they get you kind of coming and going, and you have to make sure you've got pretty good justification in your record for why you thought this was a mandated report. Now, one example of a criminal prosecution for a failure to report is a Missouri case. And like a number of these cases, really tragic. And it involved a nurse working at a hospital who was informed by paramedics who were brought in a 2-year-old who had suspicious bruising on her back and her face, that they were worried about it. She had been airlifted to the hospital. It was severe enough. She didn't make a child abuse report. The child was released and 4 days later was killed by her caretakers due to massive head injuries. The nurse was prosecuted for a failure to report child abuse, a misdemeanor in Missouri. The trial court had initially dismissed the case, accepting the argument that the law was unconstitutionally vague. But the Missouri Supreme Court overturned that and said it was constitutional, and the nurse could be held criminally liable. Okay. Now, discipline for failure to report, unlike complaints for making a report, which are extraordinarily rare, it is pretty easy to find board disciplinary actions across the country for licensed professionals who failed to report. The Texas Psych Board has postings, Oregon, California Board of Behavioral Sciences. Just giving you a sample from that I just randomly pulled up. Respondent, the mental health professional, was unable to provide the board's investigator with any documents or information showing she had reported any concerns over child abuse and neglect to any agency when in fact there had been abuse and neglect, and she said yes, there was. Well, you have to have a document in California. By the way, if you're in a state where there isn't a mandate to submit a form, document it in your records. Absolutely document it. It's one of those high-risk situations, okay? Some states also allow lawsuits by guardians and others if a mandated reporter fails to report the abuse and neglect and something bad happens. And a classic case going back 50 years, still good law. This is another California case. It's called Landeros versus Flood. And in that case, a physician treated an 11-month-old baby at an ER, and the baby had spiral fractures and multiple bruises. There was plentiful evidence that she had been physically abused. Physician did not report and released this baby to the mother after the treatment in the hospital. The infant was later seen by another physician after suffering severe trauma caused by her caretakers. They made a report. The child was removed from the home, and the caretakers were prosecuted. It was pretty brutal. A guardian ad litem was assigned to the child, who was now in the Child Protective Service system. And that guardian sued the original physician on behalf of the injured child. And there had been no such court case before then, but the California Supreme Court determined that the statute allowed for what's called a private civil action, malpractice action, against the physician or any providers based on a failure to make a report. Okay, so, and that's not uniform. In some states, it is, most states actually haven't ruled on it, but it is a possible ruling in many states, even those that haven't. So don't assume that if your state has courts haven't ruled on it, that it isn't going to happen. It hadn't happened in California, and although this was early on, if it hadn't happened until now, I could see a case like Landeros versus Flood happening in California, in Florida, in Michigan, New York, Maine. So it is very much a possibility of there being some discipline for us. So a couple of more things before I take questions, but these are, I will move on to that, and then we'll take our first break of the afternoon. Even though there are protections and there are punishments for for failure to make a report, there are some risks when you make child abuse reports. Even if we win lawsuits, suits against us are not a walk in the park, and there have been a number. And there can be negative effects on the treatment relationship. And I'll go into that in a little detail after questions and the break. But there's also been some research. Sippel and colleagues had a study from 2023 where she and her colleagues found that other kinds of retaliation against reporters were not uncommon. Um, Harassment online, via voicemails, emails, even in person, suits for legal retaliation, suing for something else that really never happened. Okay. So uh, it can be the case that there is retaliation. And sometimes employers can retaliate. I know of a couple of cases in different parts of the country where a person has been dismissed after making a report, and the two were pretty clearly linked. Um, now, um, in many states, any employer that were to discharge a person like this, and there is even a little bit of evidence of it, could face some pretty stiff legal consequences for wrongful termination, but also perhaps fines for trying to interfere with a child abuse report. So there are some protections. All right. It's still not without risk. So let me take questions. Um, uh, Dr. Aspel, you ask, how do you handle paranoia? Very carefully. So you're asking a good question, I think. And the reason is that um, with a client like Mr. O, we may not be able to protect the relationship effectively. I think you're speaking to the limits, as was a prior anonymous commenter who made some good points. There are limits of what we can do, what might actually we be able to accomplish with collaborative record keeping or engaging in kind of open notes oriented notes. I think with paranoia, we try to be as transparent as we can. And a great example is the client who we're working with, and you find that the person is very hold on a second. Sorry, I just I got my distraction again from paranoia. But you have a client who is really suspicious when you're seeing them remotely, really suspicious of where you are and who might be listening. One of the great suggestions that I've seen, really nice suggestions, is that you take your camera and you show them the room you're in and who's there and who's not there. And similarly, I think that's a great metaphor for shining a light on the work we do, and that we may, if we take seriously this idea of of writing notes oriented towards actually explaining to the client in the note what's happening in plain language and expecting that they'll see it, we probably will have a better shot at managing the paranoia. Those would be my suggestions. And again, acknowledging, Dr. Aspel, that this is by no means perfect. And I think there are probably going to be and have been and will continue to be cases where open notes prove really damaging to a fragile alliance, and that alliance can't be recovered. Okay, so I'm not a wholehearted kind of supporter of the open notes idea without professional discretion, but those of us with electronic health record keeping systems with portal and access basically don't have a choice anymore. So we have to cope. Given the way these standards are structured in most states, and the carrot and stick, and also the remaining kinds of risks, even when we do these kinds of complaint or reports, mandated reports, and similar, though not identical, issues in reporting elder-dependent adult abuse, vulnerable to adult abuse. It's useful to keep in mind that, of course, there's a clear mandate here. And the consequences of not following the mandate, first and foremost, are sometimes very serious harm to children. So there are risks sometimes to reporting, but the risks involved in not reporting are quite significant. And all of us as risk management team encourage colleagues to make reports when the statutory standard is met, whether reason to believe or reason to suspect, and then how to minimize the likelihood of there being further negative impact on you. That's the $60,000 question. Okay. Um, One of the things to do is, if it's possible, try to engage the patient in, if not the process, at least talking to them about it, explaining what's happened ahead of time. But you have to be very careful. If there is a concern, even a slight concern, could this child be harmed further? Or could they then be forced to recant, as Clara was in this situation, the vignette that I gave you? Then telling the adult patient you're working with, for example, about the report is not advisable. And those who work with Child Protective Services routinely know, and those who do investigations know, that it's not uncommon for sometimes more harm to happen to the child, or the caretaker or person who's, the parent leaves the jurisdiction with the child and they don't know where they go. So one has to balance this. But if you don't believe there's a substantial risk, a significant risk to the child, then making efforts to communicate and educate the client can help to reduce damage to the alliance, ruptures to the alliance. And a student of mine who did a dissertation about 20 years ago really did a wonderful dissertation. It was a qualitative dissertation where he interviewed patients who'd had, these were adult patients who's had their therapist make a child abuse report about them, about the patient, okay? And he found basically two broad groups. One of the groups experienced their therapist as being distancing, blaming, and kind of, taking almost a prosecutorial perspective. And no surprise here, most of them left treatment and said, I'm not ever going back into care. The other group experienced the therapist as being supportive, willing to work with them, kind, but nonetheless making the report. Now, what Jim found was the therapy was disrupted, but by maintaining an empathic stance and not being accusatory, therapists were able to, at least some degree, to mitigate the damage to the professional relationship. And of course, have a good understanding of both what the conditions under which a mandate is required and what one is required to do and not required to do. Like in the Cuff versus Grossmont Union High School District, where the counselor should know that they can't share that record with anybody except for a Child Protective Service, okay? And this gets pretty complicated when you're doing this across state lines. What may be a mandated report in one state may not be in another, okay? Or may be questionable. So an example is, in many states, either whether it's a teen or child or an adult viewing child sexually exploitative material on the internet, the law doesn't speak to it. But in some states, it makes it a mandatory report. California, for example. So if you're seeing a client temporarily in California, you need to know that that is maybe in addition to what your state requires, or if your state is ambiguous, it ain't ambiguous there, right? So lots of variability that requires us to do slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Be safer in mind, okay? Slow it down, look ahead, right? And also keep in mind the list of kind of patients and clients and circumstances that are likely to be higher risk. It can be helpful to reduce the likelihood of risks, bad things happening to patients and clients and to you and me, especially in mandated reporting circumstances. Okay. So our fifth conversation for today, we're kind of moving through them, is a conflict of interest in a demanding attorney. And this case involves Ms. Torn, who began individual therapy with Dr. Lee due to her kind of profound ambivalence about her marriage. She had started to have an extramarital affair, was unhappy with her partner, but also feeling guilty, depressed, angry. And soon after starting therapy, Ms. Torn asked that her wife, Ms. Loyal, join in an individual session with Ms. Torn. They met, and after a few joint sessions, the couple asked Dr. Lee to provide marital therapy, to which she agreed. In a subsequent individual therapy with Ms. Torn insisted that Dr. Lee not reveal any information to Ms. Loyal about Ms. Torn's affair. Dr. Lee reluctantly agreed, at times meeting with them together, along with periodic, one or two individual meetings. In another one of those subsequent individual sessions, Ms. Torn informed Dr. Lee that she was struggling in cutting off her relationship with her extramarital partner, but wasn't ready to disclose it to her wife. And she again asked Dr. Lee to keep this confidential. It's not surprising, but Dr. Lee was finding that the inability to address one of the fundamental issues in this couple was interfering with her ability to help them. Marital therapy ended after only a few more sessions, and shortly thereafter, the couple separated and commenced a dispute over the custody of their two children. Right? Ms. Torn contacted Dr. Lee and asked to see her individually again, to focus on her distress about the divorce, her guilt, her anger with her soon-to-be partner, especially over co-parenting and financial issues. Dr. Lee agreed to return to individual services. Okay. 6 months later, Dr. Lee got a subpoena from Ms. Loyal's attorney, who demanded a complete copy of Dr. Lee's file on both members of the couple. The subpoena was accompanied by an authorization from Ms. Loyal. Not, however, an authorization from Ms. Torn. So Dr. Lee contacted Ms. Torn, and who said to Dr. Lee in no uncertain terms that she did not want any information released about her, either from her individual treatment or from the couple marital therapy. When Dr. Lee informed Ms. Loyal's attorney that she couldn't disclose the records and would need an authorization from any individual or all adults involved in a treatment, the attorney got pretty pushy, sending emails threatening Dr. Lee with civil rights complaints, access complaints, and other types of threats. So, of course, the central question in cases where you have patients' situation like this is, who's the client? Okay, and what have you agreed to? But in our experience, in the many calls we get about complex situations like this, what often happens is that individual sessions shift in a kind of an organic manner without formal agreement. So if there is no formal agreement, and we strongly recommend one, it's very important to clarify the nature of the relationship and to consider a number of factors. For example, if you're trying to determine whether a person, in this case, Ms. Loyal, is a patient or a collateral, you have to think about, is there a person who's clearly identified as the focus of treatment? That is this person receiving the care, and does that person owe you owe them your primary fidelity and loyalty? Also, were the other people here intended to be patients or clients or not? And is the relationship the focus of services, as in family and couple therapy? Okay. So those are useful factors to look at if there isn't a clear agreement at the outset, which in Dr. Lee's circumstance, there wasn't. And of course, we would strongly advise her, you should have that kind of agreement at the outset. So differentiating conjoint services, couples therapy, family therapy from collateral is really important to do and is the source of a fair amount of conflict for professionals to do multi-person work. So, example of a pretty clearly collateral situation, I'm sorry, pretty clearly couple therapy, conjoint situation, is when Mr. Stout calls, seeks services because he can't seem to disengage from arguments with his fiancée. He wants help to bring her in to talk together about their conflicts and work on problem solving in their relationship. Pretty clear. Ms. Torn initially asked Dr. Lee to have her wife, Ms. Loyal, come to her individual sessions. They then shifted to couples therapy. Well, the original arrangement was individual, then it shifted to individual with collateral, then it shifted to conjoint, okay? And notice the difference in this kind of relationship. If Ms. Torn had been struggling with a long-standing depression, and she asked, and Dr. Lee asked Ms. Loyal to attend a couple of sessions to help give information and provide support because Ms. Loyal was struggling to describe her day-to-day functioning and the struggles that she was having in engaging in behavioral activation. Right? That's collateral, not conjoint. Okay. Now, conjoint services are time-honored. Family therapy, couples therapy, and there's a substantial empirical literature supporting the efficacy of conjoint services. But there are some additional challenges that you and I meet if we're going to shift from one form of service, like individual treatment of Ms. Torn, to a multi-person service, couples treatment, where it's focused on the relationship. There isn't a specific rule in our ethics code that says you can't do this. Is it risky? And are there other rules that could apply? And the answer to both of those last two bullet point questions are yes and yes. Our standard 10.02a and standards 305 and 306 all speak to defining and clarifying clients, avoiding multiple relationships and conflicts of interest. Okay. So even though there is no direct prohibition in our code saying one cannot shift from individual to couple or couple individual to family by the same therapist, we believe it could violate existing sections. We also discourage it, even though there's been some criticism of our approach by recent commentators saying we're really outdated. This is old school. Well, I really wish we were outdated. Frankly, I wish those criticisms were correct because we get a reasonable number of callers who've had licensing board complaints where boards have sustained the complaints. And I'm not talking about in the old days, the 1980s and 70s and 90s and 2000s. I'm talking about this year, past month, where the professional shifted from individual to couple, and then the couple got a divorce, like Ms. Torn and Ms. Loyal, and there was a battle, and one of the members of the couple was really unhappy with the therapist, and they made a board complaint. So I think the notion that this is an outdated view, that it's risky to go from individual to couple individual, I don't think that's accurate. Now, treating an individual after you work with a couple where all have agreed or the couple is split and they don't have any ongoing battle, that's likely to be less risky and not as problematic. But one still must be thoughtful and slow about accepting clients and patients in those circumstances. I think that there are definitely some risks to this ethically and also in terms of what can go wrong in the treatment, right? Now, if the client is defined as the person receiving individual care, which would have been the case at the outset of Dr. Lee and Ms. Torn's work together, then Ms. Loyal's relationship would be as a collateral. But if it's about the relationship, and granted, I do a lot of couples work, and sometimes this gets a little bit hazy, but if you're focusing on the relationship, and that's the reason the couple is there, then it's conjoint, not collateral, okay? really good risk management, really good ethically, uh, to have a clear collateral services agreement. And we have a sample. You see the link in this slide. The slides, by the way, were uploaded to the chat, so you should be able to find them there, or to possibly to the Q&A. So you can find the link to our website there. But this outpatient agreement makes it very clear that the person who's coming in, and let's just assume for the moment that Ms. Loyal in the first couple of sessions was just coming in to support the treatment of Ms. Torn, that she's not the focus of treatment, that any disclosures she makes are going to be kept in Ms. Torn's file, not hers. There isn't a separate file for her because she's not the patient, that she doesn't get access to those records. So there are a host of issues that one should pretty clearly address at the outset. And this kind of document can be very helpful, and it raises issues with clients that they may not be thinking about and that we may forget about. Okay. Now, to go step back for a moment, just to talk about the conflict of interest, oops, I don't mean that to go up so quickly, and multiple relationship ideas. The definitions for us are that when we have a conflict of interest, when we're in a professional role with a person at the same time in another role, that could include another professional role, and at the same time in a relationship with a person closely associated with or related to the person with whom the psychologist has this professional relationship, or promises to enter into another relationship in the future. Now, a side note about that last point, 305A3. The reason that promising a relationship in the future is considered a multiple relationship is it changes the relationship now. Well, how can that be? Well, it changes the relationship now in a couple of ways, potentially. Let me give you an example of one case. This is an actual case. A mental health professional is working with a stockbroker in Manhattan. And the stockbroker, unbeknownst to the mental health professional, has been getting some insider tips and has been saying to the mental health professional, you know, if I were you, I'd be buying such and such stock. Wink, wink, wink. And, you know, when we finish this work together, I'm happy to be your stockbroker. Well, turns out that the therapy may have ended pretty soon, like within a matter of just a month or so after that proposal. The professional hired the stockbroker, made quite a bit of money, and then the stockbroker was discovered by the SEC and criminally prosecuted for insider trading, as was the mental health professional. So while a dramatic example, it changed the relationship in the moment. The therapist wasn't focused on treatment, and it had a bad outcome. Of course, that's not a good thing, but it also has a bad outcome from the client in the treatment setting, not just generally in their lives. Now, 305A and B also say that psychologists refrain from entering into these kind of relationships where there's a reasonable expectation that it could impair objectivity, competence, or effectiveness. But if it wouldn't be reasonably expected to do that, it's not unethical. So this gives some flexibility in multiple relationships and arguably makes it not per se unethical for Dr. Lee to do what she did. As also kind of a sidelight, conflict of interest is about sequential multiple relationships. In other words, you'll notice that the 305A and B say at the same time, whereas a conflict of interest is more general, where it says a personal, professional, scientific, legal, financial, or other interest could reasonably be expected to impair objectivity, competence, effectiveness, or otherwise exploit or harm. And it's a very good idea, and I would have encouraged Dr. Lee before saying yes to Ms. Torn's request to really get a thorough consultation and think and talk through multiple relationship conflict of interest analysis. Okay. And the first question would be, would this be a multiple relationship to shift from individual or individual with collateral to couples? Well, Dr. Lee has definitely been in a prior relationship with Ms. Torn when she agrees to be the couple's therapist. And now Ms. Loyal is identified as a patient or client. She's part of the couple. So it would meet that standard. Could it adversely affect the objectivity, competence, or effectiveness of the provider? Okay. Well, you know, I like to believe, I think like most other people, that I'm reasonably objective and that I can maintain my competence even when people ask me to do things that I think are inappropriate, right? But how might, for example, Ms. Loyal, when Dr. Lee is listening to Ms. Loyal and being empathic, how might Ms. Torn's experience be of that? Could she feel betrayed, deserving of more attention and support, now distrustful? And how about Ms. Loyal's experience of Dr. Lee's empathy with her partner? Wouldn't she kind of reasonably believe that Dr. Lee was going to be more likely to side with Ms. Torn, notwithstanding Dr. Lee's efforts and actual ability to refrain from doing so? And what, pray tell, if she were to discover that Ms. Torn was having an affair and Dr. Lee knew about it and didn't say anything? So there's a lot of potential for compromise here. And in addition, the view of Dr. Lee as being not impartial, not objective, and then potential for undermining effectiveness of treatment because of not having that kind of balance. And then we'll get into in a moment how seriously and how probable is the impact, okay? Well, this is a pretty foreseeable problem when you choose to move from individual to couples therapy. It's been written about a lot. One experiences that as a couples therapist fairly frequently if you decide to go in that direction, okay? And this kind of shift here to go from past individual therapist to couples therapy is it clearly can cause harm. There's a reasonable likelihood of a significant impact on objectivity, on competence of effectiveness, and that would undermine treatment. Okay. Now, again, what if Ms. Loyal discovered that Dr. Lee was holding this secret? Okay. Either member of the couple could experience betrayal, either if she disclosed it after Ms. Torn told her not to, or if she didn't. So Dr. Lee is in a really kind of a lose-lose situation. Okay. Now, there is indeed, and there can be benefits of having a multiple relationship. Ofer Zur, who unfortunately passed away, I think about a year and a half ago from pneumonia, he was still pretty young, and I knew him personally. He has written books, argued very vehemently for why some multiple relationships can really be beneficial. And there he's talking about when we cross a boundary, not when we do something that could be harmful. And we'll get to that in more detail shortly. But nonetheless, the issue of could it benefit is worth thinking about. Might, for example, Ms. Torn have talked a lot about Dr. Lee to Ms. Loyal and said how helpful she is, that she really trusts her, and maybe Ms. Loyal now also feels that she can have a sense of trust and positive expectancy and transference to her. Maybe there's going to be an initial attribution of effectiveness that may not happen in another therapeutic relationship. But even with that potential benefit, I would want Dr. Lee to look very carefully at what are the other options. So let's suppose that this whole situation occurred in Vermont, because I haven't talked about Vermont yet today, which is a PSI-PACT state. Dr. Lee could refer this couple to any other provider doing couples work in any other PSI-PACT state, okay, including Vermont. And there are some very competent, thoughtful clinicians, many of whom may be willing to take on that case. As you know, couples therapy is typically not, it's a V code and a Z code not reimbursed by insurance. So these are often private pay, okay? And could that have equivalent benefit? And would there be problems in access? probably less problems in access nowadays than there used to be, and the benefit would likely be equivalent or even greater without the kind of risks. Okay. Also, in this analysis, was Dr. Lee required to go into this relationship? No. But some of us work in institutions where we have to, where we're, for example, in a forensic institution where you do competencies to stand trial, or whether the person, was insane at the time of the crime, to use the legal term, right? Was too mentally compromised, and then you're required to treat the person. What do we do in that situation? Well, it's important to make it clear to the institution what our ethical obligations are and the risks that are involved here. And I encourage folks to put it in writing. It doesn't mean you have to quit your job or not do what you're being asked to do, but I would be especially careful in those relationships, because if you've been treating a person who is found incompetent to stand trial and is going to be staying in local jail for another 3 to 6 months, and you're working on the unit, or been referred, for example, to a competency recovery unit in a local state hospital, and you happen to be on that unit as well because you do these evaluations and you're knowledgeable, and now you make a decision or asked to decide again whether they are competent to stand trial now. There are so many ways defense counsel, if you say they are, can undermine that. Or the DA could simply make all these arguments about why it is that you're really just too sympathetic now that you're in the role of treating provider. So even in these situations, I have found it useful to work with colleagues to do their best to trade off roles. If I'm asked again to do an evaluation for the person having regained or now have competency, instead of doing that, I will trade the evaluation that my colleague has to do of her client for the same. I'll do that one and she'll do mine. And that usually goes over reasonably well with administrators because the work still gets done. Okay. Also, sometimes we don't find out about these multiple relationships or conflicts of interest till well after we've begun treatment. Not the case for Dr. Lee, but I am sure that a good portion of you have started treating, say, an individual, and then were working with another client, and then found out, for example, that they had a close relationship, or they were very involved in with each other at work. And were having a lot of conflict. And maybe they both know that they're in therapy with you, and you can't admit without their giving you permission. And it's a very narrow strait to navigate. Okay. If you found out later, there's more of an argument that you, of course, would not abruptly end the relationship, but it may require that you refer one of the two people or one set of couples versus another out, and do so in a very careful way that does not compromise confidentiality. Another thing that's important to keep in mind, and this is the utilitarian perspective, I always like to start with the principled perspective as the groundwork. If there's a bad outcome, is this a risk of a licensing board complaint? And can I defend myself? So if you're working with somebody who has cluster B characteristics, or is very traumatized and really has a hard time staying connected, maybe they're experiencing DID, and you don't know who's going to show up in terms of their alters in a given session, that's a higher risk patient. And they're involved in a custody battle, or it looks like they're heading toward one, that's a higher risk situation. I would have wanted Dr. Lee's caution flags to go up immediately when asked to bring Ms. Loyal, even in as a collateral, because Ms. Torn was really unhappy with the relationship, considering whether she wanted to stay in it, having an affair, just very complex, okay? And then ultimately, for the clinician, is the benefit worth the risk? But also, to go back to 3.05 and 3.06, is the ethical risk to patients worth whatever benefit I might think would accrue, right? Now, it's very important if you're going to enter these relationships to give really clear, informed consent, especially about confidentiality. Um, and if any kids are going to be involved, they're entitled to developmentally appropriate informed consent and assent, and all members should know who gets access to these records, right? Now, 1010 of our ethics code says that when we provide services to several persons who have a relationship, right, we take reasonable steps to clarify who's the client or patient and the relationship we're going to have to each. And then if there are potentially conflicting roles, we either clarify, modify, or withdraw as appropriate to reduce the likelihood of harm. And of course, we have to discuss the limits to confidentiality, like marital, family therapy, and especially issues around who gets access to records in these relationships. And when there is somebody who's not competent, and this would be, legally competent, like a child, we do our best to get assent, agreement. We offer an explanation, and we try to take into account the person's preferences, their best interests, what their needs are, and we get appropriate consent from legally authorized person if it's required or permitted. If it's not, we take reasonable steps to protect the person's welfare. Okay, so informed consent can help. However, I don't mean to imply that had Dr. Lee gotten just good informed consent from both Ms. Torn and Ms. Loyal, that it would have avoided potential problems and avoided this suit that she is now subject to. Okay, subpoena she's subject to. So I would want Dr. Lee to think through first, before even discussing it with the couple, the potential impact of the individual work together. Whether this conflict of interest is likely to undermine effectiveness of the new services and objectivity, even if she believes that she can be objective, whether the perception would undermine the ability of her to be effective. Would it be considered exploitative by one or both, or by a third party looking on like a board? And then being very careful to clarify what the risks are of doing this kind of work and benefits as opposed to the alternatives of a referral. If doing informed consent and shifting to couples therapy, very important to say the couple is now my client. So I owe a duty to both of you to minimize harm to both of you. So fortunately, in this situation, there was no intimate partner violence that either mentioned or alleged. But what if there was? What if Ms. Loyal came in and then started accusing Ms. Torn? Well, threats to others require not only warnings, but also couples therapy is not generally considered safe when you're working with an actively violent couple, right? And I know there are debates about that, and it's a very tough situation, but generally it's not considered safe. Who's going to have access to records? Under what conditions? What happens if there's a subpoena for the records for both of them, like there was by Ms. Loyal's attorney? And whether Dr. Lee is going to hold secrets. This is another aspect of multiple relationships and conflicts of interest, this long-standing debate about how to approach secret keeping when you're doing couples therapy and family therapy. Dr. Lee accepts from the outset Ms. Torn's initial demand or request that she maintain the secret regarding her affair, right? But part of what causes a lot of difficulty is that's despite Dr. Lee now owing a duty of fidelity to Ms. Loyal as well. And so it seems like in kind of practical terms, she's adopted, I'm going to keep secrets, but she hasn't told anybody about it, okay? Gayla Margolin, who was a professor at Villanova University, wrote an article over 44 years ago, that was just kind of a classic in this regard about secret keeping. And what Professor Margolin wrote about was that there were really then, as well as now, on May 29th, 2026, there are really just three options for how we address secrets in multi-person therapy. Okay, we keep them, as Dr. Lee did. We have a no secrets policy, informing the patients or clients, partners ahead of time. Work with them to talk to their partner if they disclose in an individual session. And if they say, no, you can't, provide information to them about the effects on the services and the relationships. And we may need to opt out of continuing care. Or the intermediate approach, which is we either we use our judgment and discretion in keeping or not keeping secrets. All three of these have risks and benefits, right? But in my view, in our view as risk managers, it's the first and third that are the riskiest for the clinician, all right? The first is you keep secrets. Why is that risky? Probably given the example that we've been talking about, it's already clear to you. And keeping secrets puts the clinician in the position of holding information that one person might see as great and the other person see as betraying, right? If we are in the position of saying, well, I'll use my discretion, this is the one that we see that blows up the most often, more often than secret keeping, if secret keeping is discussed at the outset. And it's one or both of the partners then blame the therapist for destroying their relationship because they did disclose the affair, or destroying the relationship because they didn't. And then the person who didn't know about the secret finds out about it later. Okay. So there's a higher potential in both of these for one or both of the couple members or family members feeling betrayed, becoming angry, ending treatment. And in that way, they're being harmed and also complaining. But we have to balance, because as now a longtime couples therapist, there also are downsides to saying I don't keep secrets. I've worked with couples where I was pretty convinced that one of the partners was, or the other partner was having an affair, or really had one foot out of the relationship. But they didn't want to say so because they knew that I was going to say, well, we've got to tell your partner about that. Let me help you do that. Let's talk about how you can do that. So they never said, right? When I've raised that with my colleagues who are couples therapists, many have said, well, Dan, very likely they were going to split up anyway, so it's not like it would have saved them. I just don't know that that's the case in every situation. And so perhaps in those situations, secret keeping could have given me more information, but then it risks the other kinds of outcomes to the couple and to me. So these are decisions we each have to make, but then we should inform the couple at the outset. And unfortunately, Dr. Lee did not do so, right? Now, access to information, especially in legal proceedings, this couple was undergoing a custody battle, is also an issue with multi-person therapies, especially couples therapy, where most of us in the field keep joint records, which makes sense because we're focused on the relationship, and writing about one person and then writing about the other in the same session often doesn't make sense, is redundant, and doesn't give us the same kind of continuity of insight, right? But both people in that therapeutic relationship have a right to confidentiality. It's ethically mandated. It's legally mandated in every state and under HIPAA, okay? And so they're both protected, and we can't disclose their information unless one of the clear exceptions applies, child abuse reporting, for example. Privilege, as all of you know, is a more narrow concept, and it is a concept that applies only in a legally related proceeding. And you'll see judges, courts, even state Supreme Courts using confused language about whether something is privileged versus confidential. They're distinct ideas. Are they interrelated? Of course they are. In order to have a privileged relationship, it first must be confidential. But privilege is a usual exception to the rule that courts and our legal system want all relevant information to be provided to the fact finder and to either jury, judge, arbitration panel to make the most just decisions, the most fair decisions. But mostly statutory, with some exceptions, like the federal privilege rules are Supreme Court created. Privilege belongs to the patient. They don't have to disclose information from certain relationships, of course, psychotherapist, psychologist, patient. But there are some exceptions to privilege too. And the traditional view was that privilege should only be by judges narrowly construed, meaning you only grant it if if there aren't any other reasons to not grant it. But that's changed. Probably by the 90s and 2000s, many courts across the country really have begun to see this idea of privilege as being a necessary and important public policy in limiting access to information in court. For couples, privilege is a little bit tricky. The rules vary, of course, state by state. Does it have to do with a patient only or all professional relationships? Is it modeled after attorney-client privilege, which is a pretty strict a pretty strong kind of privilege, versus one that is more loose, which is more common across the states? Colorado, California, a number of states. And does it apply only to psychologists in that relationship or to other people who are there to help with the treatment? So I don't know where I got cut off, but the Washington State case, Redding versus Virginia Mason Medical Center, says that couples therapy and disclosures between a couple where they are now in litigation with one another are not privileged. Especially in that case, it had to do with a custody battle. And it's not clear from that case whether that's the only situation where privilege wouldn't apply versus it's more global, right? So one has to be familiar. If you're a Florida provider and you have clients through SIPACT in Washington State and you're seeing a couple, you got to know about the Redding case, okay? And of course, it's not your job to give advice about legal privilege. That's outside of the scope of our roles and licenses and competencies. But do know for your purposes, all right? When there's a legal demand for a record, then typically subpoenas, for example, as happened for Dr. Lee, they're issued by an attorney, and it seeks to establish the court's jurisdiction over you. By that, I mean that the attorney gets to go to the judge and force me. You've got to, we subpoenaed Dr. Taub and he hasn't been compliant, and judge, we want you to compel him and fine him and make him pay our attorney's fees. So when they're put out by attorneys, they still have teeth, okay? They would demand a response, but I would, for example, assert privilege if I didn't have permission from both members of a couple in my state. In Washington, I might still be on the cautious side and assert privilege or consult with an attorney knowledgeable about family law, right? Now, court orders are a different story than subpoenas. They're issued by a judge, and basically we usually have to comply unless we're going to get an attorney and appeal it. Whereas with subpoenas, if Ms. Torn says you can't disclose this information, let's say about myself, about me personally, that's her right to assert privilege, and we would do so on her behalf, right? Of course, if you're in doubt, consult. Now, just a couple of examples for you of different state approaches. Georgia is among the states that actually gives the basis for privilege just like lawyer-client. And that's a pretty strong level of privilege, as you'll see from the third line down, privilege on the same basis as those provided by law between attorney and client. Whereas Colorado, this is the Colorado Section 1390-107, basically uses the same language that most jurisdictions use, which say there's a privilege for psychologist, patient, for communications, and for people present to support the treatment. So it allows there to be privilege that applies for a couple as well, but it doesn't have the same strength or protectiveness as the Georgia standard does. So again, it really varies where people, our clients, patients are located. So our general advice as regards treating couples is if there is a subpoena for records or testimony, get both members of the couple to give you authorization. Or if one member says no, assert privilege and let a judge decide. Of course, if you're in a state like Washington, and there are a few states like that, but like Washington, consultation with counsel may be important. Though there are many exceptions to privilege. Just to give one state example, California has roughly 15. And even within the 15, some of them are so ill-defined that some judges and appellate courts have found exceptions under particular section numbers, and others haven't. So it can get very vague at times. But it's not your job or my job to determine, is this an exception because the patient is raising their mental state in their criminal defense, right? That's up for the judges and attorneys to decide. If your client says to you, or your couple says, don't send the record, then that's what you do, okay? If the situation is unclear and one partner has not authorized disclosure of the private records, then even though there's an exception to privilege that may apply, it's generally going to be safer if a person has said no, and especially if they do that for you in writing. It can be very helpful just to help establish it if there's a challenge later on, or in a state where there's the notice to consumer rules. Have the client's attorney and the court sort it out, okay? And then, I'll come back and give you an example. It looks like there are a couple of questions. Let me see what we've got. Okay. Dr. Sobel, you were saying that you're having the same tech challenges that I am, and you thought it was you. It's unfortunately, it's not. Who knows? Maybe sunspots. Maybe that's what's going on. So this is an anonymous question. Going back to mandated reporting, some colleagues in California have been told when they are hired by defense counsel to do the psychological evaluations in criminal cases, that the clinical interview falls under attorney-client privilege, and they are therefore not required and even prohibited from violating privilege by making a report. They were told to inform defense counsel. Can I speak to that? Yes. There is an appellate court case that holds exactly that in California. It's good law. This is case specific. So if you're hired to do an evaluation, that case had to do I will pull it out for you at this next break. I can't believe I'm forgetting this case. I talk about it a lot in the classes that I teach for grad students. But in this particular case, there was a professional who was hired to evaluate by defense counsel to evaluate a youngster who'd been accused of starting a very bad fire in the Los Angeles Hills a number of years ago. And the professional, in the course of doing the evaluation, was informed by, I think it was the minor, about the abuse that they'd experienced. They made a report to the CPS, and the defense counsel objected to it and actually brought it to court. The trial court said, no, you must do the mandated report. And they appealed it. The defense counsel appealed it. And the appellate court found, and that's what takes precedence, the appellate court found that when it's under attorney-client privilege, that trumps the duty that we have to do a child abuse report as psychologists in California. Now, I mentioned this already, but I want to be clear. This is very state-specific, and it's very context-specific. If you're ordered by the court to do this evaluation and to report to the court, there is no such case law, right? If you're doing your standard, therapy or doing an assessment of a minor for school-related purposes, you're still a mandated reporter. This is a fairly narrow exception carved out by the appellate courts. And it was put in place, I think, because the court considered that, among other things, various rights in a criminal process, whether it's juvenile or adult, give that person a right not to engage in self-incrimination. And there were other aspects they were concerned about. So I appreciate you raising the relation, but please, folks in Hawaii to New York to DC to Florida to Texas to Maine, it's very different in every state. There are relatively few states that I know of that have this ruling, but that doesn't mean it couldn't exist. Okay, so I dropped the citation for that case that was just asked about in the chat, and it's called Elijah W. versus Superior Court. It's about a 13-year-old case. It's still good law in California, so that exception does exist. Okay. So I was going to give you some examples of, circumstances and privilege in the context of working with couples, multi-party therapies. The provider received a subpoena and was aware the patient had introduced their mental state into issue in a lawsuit. This was actually, in Pennsylvania, it was an individual, but still, the provider knew they'd done that. And true in most states that is an exception to privilege. The psychologist released the records without speaking to the patient or getting legal counsel, and then the patient made a licensing board complaint. And the board disciplined the professional who appealed it to the Pennsylvania Commonwealth Court of Appeals. And the board's actions were upheld because they said that the psychologist needed to consult at least with counsel and needed to talk to their patient. And by releasing the information, it was not the psychologist's decision as to whether the information was privileged or not. If the client didn't indicate what they wanted, then we have to check it with them. If they don't, oftentimes we need to assert privilege if we don't know. There are exceptions to that rule. We do not have time to go into all the details, but that case, the Ross case, is a good example. In terms of a summary of, kind of conjoint services versus collateral, I would say to Dr. Lee and to all of us here today, including myself, as I try to take my own advice on this one, to be very careful about switching from individual to couples therapist. Again, circumstances may allow us to go in the other direction, couples to individual, but it really depends on the particular couple, their characteristics, the reason they're ending, if they have children. Those are all risk factors to keep in mind. Really think a lot about the multiple relationship and conflict of interest analysis. And of course, get consultation. And make sure that you're defining for the people you're working with and with them, who's the client? And have a collateral contract if it's still, for example, mistorn, as opposed to the couple. Good informed consent can help, although it will not protect us from, credible complaints about conflicts of interest or multiple relationships. Try to clarify your secrets policy at the outset, orally and in writing. And one of the things that, that I was talking about just a few minutes ago is there isn't a perfect way to do this. But if you're going to choose of those three options, I would strongly encourage you not to choose the I'll use my discretion option. That's the one that we see just causing all kinds of problems in the treatment and especially for the mental health professional. Okay. And then have policies about what you're going to do when there are demands for records for a couple or conjoint treatment, and stick to those unless you're otherwise ordered by a court to do otherwise. All right. Okay, so let's move on to talking about the peripatetic patient. Excuse our alliteration here, or onomatopoeic terms. And this is about travel. And we had many questions about interjurisdictional practice because it's complex. And we're glad people ask. I'm not complaining. And it's the reason that previously and now and again in the future, you will hear us talking about interjurisdictional practice, whether you are somebody with an e-passport and TAP, or you're somebody who's in a state that it's not a member of SIPACT, that it raises a lot of questions for us. And these kinds of situations arise, and here I won't go into a detailed vignette, but you get clients moving to a new state, and particularly when you're working in a environment or a location where there's another state or states nearby, this is not uncommon, right? You have somebody who goes away to college. You have traveling nurses, and locums tenens professionals, people who travel for work, and someone who's traveling for work or stationed overseas in either government work or in corporate work. So they're there internationally. And then we have digital nomads. We also have nomadic professionals. I was having a podcast and talking yesterday to a group of people, and somebody asked the question about, well, how do these rules apply to nomadic professionals who want to be able to go from one state to another, depending on the weather? I thought, what a wonderful thing to be able to do, but it's complicated, all right? And it raises questions about, where does this transaction actually take place? Is it the patient's location? Is it where the patient is a resident? Is it the clinician's location? Does permanent residence of the clinician matter? Is it in cyberspace? Is there really any risk of practicing across state lines in this day and age? Does another state get jurisdiction over me if I'm not licensed there? What about if I'm under a temporary license, even if I have SIPAC? Can I do that? If there's a clinical rationale, will that protect me if I'm going to be seeing a client in a state where I don't have permission to practice? And do I have to know the other state's laws, or do I abide by my own state laws if I'm seeing a client who's located in another state? Will I get reimbursed? If I'm in a SIPAC state, can I become credentialed? If I can, how does it affect me in working in non-SIPAC states? How about if you, like me, are located in a state that's not a SIPAC state? Can I become a member, right? All kinds of questions. And I hope to be able to answer many of them shortly, right? Navigating these complexities requires both just general familiarity with basic telemental health, telepsychology standards, and then more specific knowledge of cross-jurisdictional considerations. Knowing what our ethical guidelines are for competence, security, technology, the 2024 updated guidelines for psychologists are very useful, helpful document. How informed consent needs to happen, if the client is suitable, we'll come back to that. Safety planning, as well as whether you get reimbursed for services, and if there are any differences in terms of documentation. And states vary a lot. I'm sure you're not surprised to hear me say that. For cross-jurisdictional work, we have to look at not only client suitability, but what's the regulatory environment? Also, safety planning, service reimbursement, and regulations. I'm not going to go into as much detail today as I ordinarily do, but we will do some, okay? And I want to start with state-specific guidelines or regulations. I think especially because of the growth of mental health and telepsychology and the impact of COVID from 2020 to 2023, 24, when it was still a public health emergency. And there were lots of changes temporarily in the rules. States began to pay more attention to this, as did the feds. But there are some states that have been looking at it for a while. New York State, as an example, they've had an advisory up for a number of years, and it's got a lot of good information about record keeping, social media, data security, legal issues, really good and useful information. Maryland has had regulations for a few years, at least a number of years, that require when someone who is licensed in Maryland is going to be delivering telepsychology, that we have to determine whether it's appropriate in each instance with each client, and at least consider the diagnosis, symptoms, the history, medical and psychological of the client, their preferences, the nature of the services, benefits and risk, of course, and constraints resulting from doing telehealth. And very importantly, there is a requirement in Maryland that one has to document if you don't meet with the patient at the beginning in person, why you didn't do so. Okay. There are other states that don't require that. Maryland does. California's standards for a while were relatively loose, but starting a few years back, 1396.8 of the California Code of Regulations created a whole series of requirements. And those include, things like specific requirements, and there's more to it than what I've posted here, but for specific kinds of informed consent, planning for interruption of and technological problems, right, as I've had a couple of times today. So there's been a lot more activity at the state level in recent years. And almost certainly under HIPAA and in a number of states, as well as in our guidelines for psychologists, we have to be attentive to security. And I know you hear about this a lot. I do too. I read about it a lot. But it's important to remember that telecommunication technologies present some specific challenges around privacy and security, as well as the integrity of protected health information, especially since many of these platforms are now using transcription, AI transcription software, recordings. And those risks include things like hacking. The Change Healthcare ransomware attack in February and March of 2024 compromised 193 million Americans' healthcare records. I mean, that's over half the population. There's also things like digital eavesdropping and systems failures in terms of security. People getting access to unsecured file systems, sending out accidental emails to the wrong person, which is probably one of the most common breaches that we get calls about. We usually don't get calls about a whole system going down or causing problems, but that I sent the wrong email or text is a very common one. Non-secure communication systems like public-facing video chat platforms, or when you're at the local favorite coffee shop that you like to go to while you're writing up your psych reports, and you need to get on your website and it's a public Wi-Fi system. Undisclosed recording by patients. We get more and more calls about patients recording sessions without having ever talked about it. And even in states where one person may record a conversation they're involved in, you can still set criteria and say that's not okay for therapy unless you both approve, okay? As of about 4 years ago, they're no longer publishing these data, so I am sure it's much more now. There were close to 12 billion breaches that had been recorded by the Privacy Rights Clearinghouse between 2005 and 2021. And it's been since then that we've had many larger breaches across the world. And because security and privacy issues have become so central to the work that we do, I at least want to talk about steps to take, okay? So ask yourself, what tech am I using? And I know it's obvious. I've got my cell phone, which is right now my hotspot, but so I'm not sharing any of this information or recording. And so, what do I have on that smartphone? What about apps? How about email and text on that smartphone or on my computer or my tablet? What about my work computer? What do I have? What information do I have there? And what are the risks of that data being compromised? Could somebody steal my phone? Absolutely. Could I lose it? I could lose it. Thankfully, I haven't. Not this one, most recent one. Could it be viewed when I'm at that coffee shop and I'm on my device? Yeah, unless I have some very specific software entered. And then how likely are these things to happen? Well, nowadays, I would argue that many of the risks that I was just talking about are fairly common. These are not, highly unusual, never heard of, or once in a blue moon kind of risks. So then the next step is, what do I do to protect the data? Okay. So while this is pretty general, please be attentive to the security component. First, client suitability, but second, privacy and security. It is among the most compromised principles ethically via technology that one would ever expect. I half joke with my colleagues when they ask me about, can I have handwritten records? Psychologists can do that, of course. We're allowed to do that. We're not required to have, as I mentioned earlier, electronic health record keeping systems. I'd prefer that everybody went to stone tablets. And my reason for liking stone tablets is that they're heavy and they're hard to move. Well, so it turns out is hard copy paper. And just to give you an example of the challenge that a person might have in trying to gather, or a whole organization, and trying to gather all of our records if we still only had paper records. In order to get 193 million patient records, you'd have to have a line of semi-trucks. There wouldn't be enough semi-trucks in the world to do this, but a line going back and forth probably across the United States multiple times, and they'd have to stop at each office. It's much more secure. There's no question. You can hack or do ransomware for 193 million people. You can't hack into 193 million people's paper records. So because we're in the digital world, there are more risks. Please encrypt all of your devices. Be very careful about the kinds of information you keep on your personal devices related to clients and patients. Be thoughtful about what you download. Read the terms of service and privacy policies, and make sure that if you're going to be, say, disposing of, I have a desktop computer here that I need to dispose of, that you securely destroy or erase, like I have to do, my hard drive, so that none of the data is recoverable. And if you're not familiar with secure erasure, go on YouTube. You'll find 36 videos on secure erasure. So be really careful, and please don't ignore this. Address vulnerabilities, and if you don't know, get some tech consultation. So that's kind of the threshold to doing interjurisdictional work. In the US, the right and the power to regulate professions has generally been assigned to the states under our Constitution. So if you're licensed in a state and you're practicing remotely in that state, suppose you're in Texas and you're in El Paso and your client is in Houston and you're doing teletherapy. There are no prohibitions on doing that. You have to meet certain standards, and if you go on the Texas Board of Psychology website, you will see those. But you're not prohibited from doing that. When your patient, however, is across state lines into Oklahoma, or they now are going to visit a friend in Mexico City, that's when things get more complicated. And I was asking before, where does the transaction occur, right? Well, I think we could make a very good argument that it happens simultaneously, where the patient is located, client is located, where the practitioner is located, and in cyberspace. Where you reside is irrelevant. It's where you're doing the service, where the client is when you're doing the service. That's the key. And because there are so many ways of understanding this is happening simultaneously, essentially states have had to do our version in psychology and in mental health of the Heisenberg principle, which is that it only becomes real when you observe it, right? So the states have named it and they've said, we're in charge. Individual states generally in charge. And almost all states and SIPAC takes the perspective that the services are being provided not where the professional is located, not in cyberspace, not where the client is residing, but where the client is located at the time of service. That's called the forum rule. It's location, as they say in selling real estate, location, location, location. That's where the services are happening. So let's say SIPAC, you have the APIT and the ePassport, and you are seeing a client. Again, you're in El Paso and your client is in Oklahoma City, all right? And you have legal permission because you're using SIPAC, you're credentialed in SIPAC, okay? It's going to be the Oklahoma law that applies to you as you practice into Oklahoma City. It's not only Texas law. So the location of the client really matters, even if they're just there to visit their best friend or a family member, right? And this is different in SIPAC in some respects, and it's muddier in some respects in non-SIPAC states, but the forum rule has been muddied a little bit where it's even more the case now that you have to follow the receiving state's standards. So you have to become very knowledgeable about the regulations in the other state. My colleagues and I, the other 7 risk managers at the trust, we probably spend, I don't know, combined a week, maybe 8 hours a week, talking with and researching ideas about what are the rules in particular states. Maybe more than that now that I think about it, more like 15 hours a week. And none of us are on top of all of the jurisdictions, or 43. This is one of the challenges that SIPAC presents, which is that if you're going to do this in more than just 1 or 2 other states, you have to have resources and become knowledgeable about the laws and regulations in the other states and be real careful. Okay, so take it slow. When I talk to clinicians who say, I'm on this business platform that allows me to work with clients in any of these states, and I'm seeing clients in 25 states, I just, it makes me want to pass out. I don't know how you do that and follow all those state rules and know all the state rules. And I spend a good portion of my time every week trying to know and learn and research those rules, and I can't stay on top of them. They change. It's very complex. So please be careful around the regulatory issues, okay? Now, again, with regulatory guidelines, if we are licensed in more than one state, let's say you're licensed in Michigan and Illinois, regardless of whether you're in Michigan or Illinois, you typically can practice in either state across state lines. But let's say you're not licensed in both states and you don't have a SIPAC credential. You may be able to practice in the other state based upon the state's temporary practice rule. One of my favorite temporary practice rules is the Michigan temporary practice rules, for those of you located there. Michigan passed a law. It's their Public Health Code 333-16-171 that says that people in other states may practice temporarily into Michigan, but only if those psychologists are licensed in a state that has a physically adjacent land border between that state and Michigan. So if you happen to be a licensed provider in Illinois, not a SIPAC member, you cannot practice legally temporarily into Michigan because you only have a physically adjacent water border. I can't help but think that the Michigan legislature, maybe even the practitioners, decided to do that on purpose. Okay. Now, Connecticut's temporary license rule is rather vague. They have become a SIPAC member, so it helps. But suppose you're someone like me who's a Californian, my state's not a SIPAC member. I cannot become credentialed by SIPAC. And so if I want to practice in Connecticut, I only can do so under their temporary rules. They say, well, you may be able to practice, ask us. Okay. Now, I don't know what the standards are. Texas is also a good example. They say you can practice here up to 30 days in a calendar year if you make an application beforehand, submit a fee, prove that you have a license that's equal to the requirements for Texas. You have to be supervised by a Texas psychologist and provide your EPPP scores. Okay. It allows no more than 30 days. Actually, maybe 30 consecutive days now. California is 30 consecutive days too. So for those of you who have been practicing temporarily into California, just an important heads up. The law until the first of this year was quite liberal and accommodating. You could practice up to 30 days in a calendar year without even having to notify the board, as long as you were licensed in one of the other states. But the law changed, and this was SB 775. The law passed, it was signed into law, and it modifies the 30-day allowance. It says it can only be 30 consecutive days, and you have to get permission from the board. You have to inform them of where you've got the license. You have to give them your license number. You have to notify them. You have to tell them what kind of services you're going to be providing, the name and mailing address, and you have to agree that you are going to be subject to all of California's laws. So they've gotten much more strict, I think, because California has yet to join SIPAC. We'll see whether it does. If you do have those limited timeframes, can you do the services within the 30 days, or in some states 14 days, like Pennsylvania? You got to really think about that before you say yes to doing ongoing care, right? Otherwise, you might have to refer the case. The risks of providing this kind of service without either temporary licensure or membership in SIPAC in your home state, present in your home state physically, and practicing into a SIPAC state, is that you can risk licensing board complaints. It's illegal. And in some states, like South Carolina, it's considered a felony. You don't want to face felony charges for practicing without a license. That's not common, but it's a good example of the severity of penalties that can occur. If you're going to see somebody for a week or two, good alliance, someone who you have is stable, and they're not going to be out of state for very long, the risks are generally going to be very low. But when you start going into the issue of somebody's going to be gone for a month or 6 or a year, they're going to be permanent in another state or internationally, it gets increasingly risky. And so we strongly encourage you to consult about, if you have a particular client who's saying, I want to, I want to move to Georgia, and yeah, Dan, I know that you're not licensed there, and California's not a member of SIPAC, but I'm not going to complain. Be really careful. The longer we go, the less we can predict. We may be psychologists and pretty good at reading people, but we're not psychics. Somebody moves to another state, they're in a different community, they're doing a different job, different relationships. It's harder to maintain the relationships they had previously in their other community. And they may go off the rails. And they may be somebody you thought was really stable and it wasn't going to be a problem. So please be careful. Okay. Now, the other component, and I actually think of this as being the primary one, whether you're doing work intrastate, interstate, or internationally, is how suitable is the person you're working with. This is key, right? And suitability relates to the issue of, with each client, case by case, are they someone who has a lot of risk factors? Are they in really risky situations? Suppose in my conversation with you about Ms. Torn and Ms. Loyal, that before they decided to stop couples therapy, they moved to another state where Dr. Lee was not licensed. Well, they're risky because of the context they're in, and they're in a high conflict relationship. There's a potential multiple relationship Dr. Lee has. It is a multiple relationship, and it moves into a divorce. Those are among the higher risk situations. For family situations, among the highest, all right? Aside from intimate partner violence, which thankfully did not occur there. Consider the length of treatment and ongoing monitoring of whether the person continues to be suitable. And factors around patient or clients include, are they technologically competent? Do they know what they're doing? You know, my dad lived to 100, which was quite remarkable, and was also pretty clear until the very, very last. And we had to have his 100th birthday remotely because it was COVID, and we didn't want to put him at risk, and we didn't want to, nobody was going to be able to travel. And so we did it all on a video chat platform, which was wonderful. There were close to 100 people there from around the world, which would have never happened, right? But he kept asking me and my sister, who were kind of hosting the whole thing and trying to help him orient. So this is recorded, right? And he was actually pretty good with tech. So we have to be attentive to the person's exposure and knowledge. And even with somebody who has some exposure, age makes a difference, and familiarity with the current technology. Also, what's the person's diagnosis and medical condition? Are they able to use this technology? Are there other language or diversity variables that could interfere or help? Boundary concerns with other family members. Are there emergency resources locally to that person? And are they high risk? And these were all of the high risk ideas we talked about at the very beginning of the day. Okay, substance use dependence, cluster B, etc. Situational factors, considering them from a remote service perspective, and especially interjurisdictionally, where is the patient? Are they in a hotel room? We have to know the availability where they are of emergency supports, technical supports. Are there going to be threats to privacy, right? Is there a risk of harm to that person by doing therapy in their home because there is so much conflict and threat going on in their relationship? Distractions are legion, and we can't control that environment like we can in our own office. Okay, we have much less control. The shorter the term, the lower the risk, usually with a lower risk client. For example, bridge sessions. Even with the shorter term, regularly assess the progress or lack and monitor whether the remote care is being helpful. Reevaluate suitability if there seems to be stall in the treatment, and check in with your clients about how things are going and whether this is working. Because sometimes they'll begin to feel like this is not going for me, but my doctor said I'm going to do this, and they don't say anything. Now, there are some people you don't have to worry about them speaking up, but others you do. And if it's no longer appropriate, it's your job and my job to say to this particular client or patient, we need to shift back to in-person, or I'm going to have to refer you because I got temporary permission in Georgia, but I can only do X number of days, and this is going to be a longer term treatment. So these will be bridge sessions, and we'll work and talk together about your getting into treatment with somebody else in the Atlanta area. Okay. So related to that, especially important in cross-jurisdictional, is the safety planning. Identifying emergency resources and having direct, immediate access to those. Determine at the outset of each session where the client is located. And one of the challenges is that even with E911, which not only gives the phone number but the physical location, if you call 911 on behalf of a client, you get located, not the client, right? How do you efficiently, directly, and quickly get access to the immediate crisis services local to the patient and client, especially if they haven't told you about it, or even if they did, in terms of where they're located? Have you done your homework beforehand? Do you know? Is there Are there emergency psychiatric services? Is there a pet team? All right. Um, and how do you reach them from a distant community? As many of you know, if you call 911, you get connected to your local 911 resource, not to a 911 resource in another state, and certainly not internationally. Okay. Be prepared, get numbers for other people in our clients' lives who may be present and able to support them. Okay. And get permission to be able to call them as emergency backups. Have secondary ways of contacting the client if tech crashes, as we've had a couple of times today. And discuss these issues with clients. Even with the really safe ones, they often appreciate it. Not always, but often, and say, look, because you're going to be in a different place, I'm required to prepare in case there's an emergency. I'm pretty confident there won't be. We're stable, things are going well, but I have to be safe, and I want to take care of you properly. Okay. And so it's creating a plan. And of course, preparation, doing this at a time is really important. Especially in an international context, there are still about 19 nations that make a threat or attempt of suicide a crime for which somebody is not going to be hospitalized. They will be incarcerated. Now, that's been changing. Singapore was one of the more recent countries to change. They, up to about 2019 or 20, it was a crime, then it got decriminalized. But do know where your clients or patients are, even if you're permitted to practice there, because in some nations there's no regulation of international practice remotely. Know what those rules are, because it can get your client in big hot water, and you have to have other alternatives. Document handling any other safety concerns like intimate partner violence, and also consider that authorization. Now, service reimbursement has been changing. I updated this in the slide copies you have. The data's older, but what we know is that Medicare coverage without geographic, limits is still permitted. You get reimbursed as a Medicare provider. The state laws and regulations still apply, but if I am a SIPAC member who's in, say, Arizona, and I'm seeing someone in Indiana, and they're a Medicare patient, at least through December 2027, I'm allowed to bill Medicare, and they are not going to limit those bills. Okay, they just have to be medically necessary. If I weren't licensed in Indiana and I were not allowed to practice there temporarily, while Medicare may reimburse, I'm still practicing illegally. When the public health emergency ended a little more than 3 years ago, just almost exactly 3 years ago, the federal public health emergency, it basically, many states followed suit and withdrew their temporary practice extensions. And so did many insurance carriers. They were much more liberal, and now they're becoming more than just a little bit more restrictive. So make sure you keep abreast. If you're on insurance panels, will they pay if your client goes out of state, even if you're legally permitted to practice in the other state, right? Find out from insurance carriers. The best is if you can do it in writing and avoid the purgatory of being in a phone tree system for commercial carriers, but at least get it orally, okay? And make sure you tell clients what's coming down the pike if you learn that the coverage is going to change, or that cross-jurisdictionally the insurance company will not pay. One example is a client who was traveling with his partner, was in a foreign nation, and his partner had an appendicitis. Well, their insurance company said, I mean, they went ahead and paid for it, of course. It was otherwise deadly. They had to pay for it. But the insurance company said, oh, we don't pay for services outside of the country. So it's possible, and you want to make sure that it will. all right? Many insurance companies will pay for it, right? And be aware that you're in compliance with the record keeping that the insurance company requires. As the two-time Nobel Prize-winning physicist Niels Bohr said, and as Yogi Berra quoted, makes you wonder whether he was reading advanced physics, and as he was such a tremendous catcher, prediction is very difficult, especially if it's about the future. The last point around the issues of providing care to somebody across state lines, as well as within state, is make sure you're abiding by your state documentation requirements and doing a separate or integrated informed consent form where telepsychological services are described. Either way is okay. But you have to include what your state requires. We have some sample forms online that you can find on trustinsurance.com under resources and our document library. We spoke about that earlier, and it's been posted in the chat. Okay, be aware of the very specific information that has to be included in California, say, and the different information that has to be included in informed consent in Maryland if you're practicing into those states. I've already mentioned documenting the patient's location at the time of the service, their phone number, anyone in the room at the time that this service is happening, or unusual events. And I think given the time, I have enough time to give you this example. I was working with a really wonderful kiddo, a college student who had gone to high school. I worked with them through their latter year of high school and then went away to college. And they were kind of shaky when they went away, but they were in my state, so it was not, interstate, and I didn't have to worry about whether I was practicing legally. And we went through informed consent, and I talked about privacy, and they're going to, work in their dorm room, and they had a single dorm room, so that wasn't going to be a big deal. And they had a nice background, and then I noticed in the next session that the background got wavy. And I said, did you put some curtains in? Oh, no, Dr. Dan, I'm in the cafeteria. I got hungry. We got to stop. And I got to document that. Okay? So be sure you're documenting any unusual events or anybody else in the room. And make sure that you're doing and documenting HIPAA security assessment that you've done for all of your devices, remote and otherwise. Right? Document reimbursement issues, financial issues, and make sure your documentation, especially if you're in network, meets what the insurance company requires. Have a, digital communication policy, and keep digital communications, texts, chats, emails, postings, keep them in the record. They're part of the record, okay? And have procedures to securely delete digital tracks if you're no longer using a device or an app or a platform. Now, in this and the next slide, we've summarized what we've talked about so far. These are checklists for you when doing interstate, and then international services. And we are essentially addressing regulatory issues, suitability, safety planning, and documentation. And you might find those checklists to be helpful, but they essentially organize exactly what we've already talked about so far for the purposes of the peripatetic patient. So our last conversation, challenging conversation, is going to be obsessive love. And it's about psychologists and other mental health professionals being the target of stalking, harassment, or threats, what's called a STHB. And it's by patients or their family members. And we can find ourselves in these circumstances caught between ethical obligations and fears for our own personal safety or the safety of our family members. These are a tough set of issues for us, okay? And thankfully, these are not high-frequency calls, but they are regular. probably speak to at least one person every week or two. And I suspect that's true of all of my colleagues, probably, in the order of 6 to 8 calls a week about stalking, harassment, or threats by clients. In this context, the vignette is Mr. Lonely has struggled with interpersonal relationships, and increasingly so after he was required to come back to work a couple of years after the height of COVID ended. His anxiety and irritability resulted in negative feedback from his work supervisor. So he sought help from Dr. Kind. He found Dr. Kind to be warm, supportive, and was increasingly attracted to her over the first few weeks of treatment. And in one particularly moving session, where Dr. Kind helped Mr. Lonely articulate and begin to address those features of his social relationships that caused him the greatest distress. He felt both understood and, in a rare moment during his lifetime, at ease with another human being. His attraction intensified, and he found himself increasingly infatuated with Dr. Kind. Over the next few weeks, he built up the courage to finally tell Dr. Kind about his newly blossoming love. Dr. Kind explained that it wasn't uncommon for those feelings to arise in the course of treatment, that she was flattered, so she was kind about it, but that there was neither ethical nor helpful for Mr. Lonely to have her in any way reciprocate. She couldn't. She clarified that she cared genuinely for his welfare and wanted to continue to help him. Unfortunately, that he felt quite rebuffed and was upset and angry, but also tried to contain his reaction so as to keep working with Dr. Kind. He found, though, that he seemed to become more obsessive about her and began to spend time between sessions searching for her on the internet, for her professional and personal information. He located articles she'd written, returned often to her practice webpage, and explored her professional affiliations. He also discovered that she had social media presence, an Instagram and LinkedIn account. He created a false set of accounts and requested that he be linked to her accounts, which, to his surprise, she did so without much delay. He began following her on Instagram, saw pictures of her partner, her children, and her vacations on a tropical island. Motivated by his continued infatuation, but also his resentment at his rejection, he began to drive to her home, the address of which, of course, he found online, and sat outside of her house, observing her family and often the dinner time routine, because he could see their dining room through their large living room window. This continued for a few weeks. However, at some point, he must have become too obvious because Dr. Kind came out and walked up to him as he sat in his truck. Before she could speak, he quickly drove off. Dr. Kind attempted to raise the issue with Mr. Lonely in the next session at her office, but he interrupted her, blamed her for leading him on, left angrily. His online stalking continued, and he switched from parking outside of her home to waiting in his car outside of her practice building. Let's dig a little deeper into some definitions of stalking and harassment and threats. Generally, by the way, there's no one agreed upon definition, so we're doing the best we can to look at varying definitions in research and the literature, and it varies across states and in legally too. But stalking is generally, as Krupp et al. Defined it, unwanted and repeated communication, contact, or other conduct that deliberately or recklessly causes people to experience reasonable fear or concern for their safety or safety of others known to them. Threats, on the other hand, are a declaration of an intent or a determination to inflict injury or punishment on someone in retaliation for or conditionally upon some action. And harassment, and you'll notice what's absent here, is one need not be afraid. Harassment would be a willful, that is, somebody's intentionally engaging in a course of conduct directed at a specific person which seriously alarms or annoys that person, but it doesn't serve a legitimate purpose. Okay. The difficult data are that psychologists have been physically attacked by at least one patient or client during the course of their careers, 1 in 5 of us. Unfortunately, I'm overrepresentative because I worked in forensic settings. Forensic folks, much more likely to be attacked. So for me in my career, it happened twice. 80% have reported a fear of a client or patient in terms of being attacked. And 1 in 4 have had to summon police or security for protection. Okay. Um, Public figures, people in entertainment and in politics, are the most likely to be stalked, harassed, and threatened. Mental health professionals are second only to that group. And this is true for male and female providers, cisgender and otherwise, that it's about equal. Now, that's very different than the population at large. Women, whether transgender or cisgender, are victims of stalking at about a 3 times higher rate than men in the general public. But in mental health professions and psychology, men and women are about equal. Okay. The research is quite variable, and it suggests anywhere from 3 to 20% of us can expect to be stalked during the course of our careers. Purcell in 2005, in a survey of Australian psychologists, also gave about a 20% likelihood, but noted that for forensic psychologists, it's about a third, clinical more like 25%, counseling psychologists about 20%. And Levitt et al. Did a survey of forensic psychologists. You'll note that these are also somewhat dated studies. It's hard to find more recent ones. That forensic psychologists say that 65% had been threatened and almost half had been physically assaulted in their career. Stalking rates varied. Some studies about 2/5, other studies only 10%. Okay, and research shows a pretty wide range of impact, but the impact is significant on us. Okay, of those who've been threatened or stalked or harassed, 8% thought of changing their profession. And of those surveyed by Ken Pope and colleagues, and this is 2021, this is more recent. They were citing older research, though. 5% actually left the profession. Nearly 3/4 made changes to their professional and personal lives. Good. But about 1/4 lost time from work to deal with their legal involvement. And most experienced psychological distress. Of course, there were safety concerns, lack of support, and uncertainty about what the next steps were to be. And any of you, and I know unfortunately because of the data that there's probably a good 20% of us who may have been attacked, know that there's something about experiencing victimization for all of us, psychologists and everybody else, that can be a very isolating experience. And we see it in our clients. There's often a sense of shame. I shouldn't have let that happen to me. It was my fault. And so this experience of isolation is not uncommon for us as mental health professionals too. And as Cavisto et al. Noted in their survey about 11 years ago, that even ABPP diplomates felt unprepared, almost 2/3, in training to deal with stalking, threats, and harassment, STHB, stalking, threats, and harassment behavior, right? And a sizable minority engaged in risk management responses that didn't make things better, they made things worse, just referring the client elsewhere. For some clients, it makes things worse just as often as it can help. We'll talk about the circumstances because it can be helpful to do that. Directly confronting people. With some clients, it can work. With others, no, right? Or even having the person hospitalized, which some data show for some clients is not very productive, okay? So there's complexity to how we address stalking, harassment, and threats. And the nuanced findings suggest, and I actually disagree with this part of the slide, just my own personal opinion, I don't believe 1 in 5 psychologists being physically attacked is only. That's a high level. That's 20%. It speaks to that we work with some very troubled people who are dysregulated. But the findings are nuanced. No attacks occurred without warning, and only a very small proportion of threats actually evolved into violence. Threats were weakly predictive of overt violence. So while I think that the proportions, in my view, are pretty high, fortunately, threats alone, relatively small and weak relationship to actual physical attacks. But here's information that I think may be helpful in terms of helping to differentiate when it's going to be helpful and when it's not to confront versus to bring in third parties. The patients who are most likely to stalk are typically single. They have a diagnosis of a mood or personality disorder, not surprising to most of us. And also not surprising, they have a history of attachment and relational disturbances in childhood. Again, intuitively appealing, they're people who are very stressed. But to me, what was not intuitively appealing was that most of them are at least 30 years old. Most of the physical violence is perpetrated in the United States by people between the ages late adolescence, 17, 18 to 34. So it's in that core area. As young men, for example, really fully develop their ventromedial prefrontal cortices in their late 20s, you see a significant drop-off in violence. But for STHP, it actually seems to be that it happens more with the older end of the spectrum. Okay. Now, not specific to people who stalk us, but just generally stalkers often are more likely to have a personality disorder. Usually they're not psychopaths. Usually, as Reed Malloy wrote about over 20 years ago, this is a product of an attachment disorder that is preoccupied rather than dismissive, right? Galeazzi and colleagues surveyed and tried to determine the characteristics of people who stalked, and they found that about 95% of the patients who stalked their clinicians had either psychotic symptoms, mood disorders, or personality disorders. Over a third had personality disorders, and by far the lion's share of those patients were people diagnosed with a borderline personality disorder. Mullen et al. Around the same time said that about over 50% of stalkers were diagnosed with a personality disorder, again, the majority of which were cluster B. Right. Now, regarding stalking, threats and harassment towards mental health professionals specifically, and some of the data on the previous slide those data were about mental health professionals, but some of those data were about just population at large, is that there are really two different kinds of professionals or kinds of patients who seem to stalk and harass professionals or threaten them. There are those who do so where they're predominantly anger and resentful, and those who do so because of infatuation. And Mr. Lonely had both, right? According to Purcell and colleagues, about 42% of patients engaged in stalking, harassment, and threats because they were angry, and about half as many because they were infatuated. An interesting and important distinction, people with higher level personality organization versus lower level were more susceptible to common interventions. And they tended to be people who would give up the STHB behavior. And this becomes important when considering responses. Now, there are three general categories that a clinician like Dr. Kind should consider, and usually do consider. Getting advice or assistance from our professional and personal relationships, not disclosing confidential information, of course, making changes to personal and professional life, and using clinical response strategies, referral, for example. And interestingly enough, obtaining support was considered in the literature as the most vital component to managing this kind of behavior, rated as most effective regardless of patient characteristics. So we have to reach out when this is happening. I would not want Dr. Kind to be trying to deal with this on her own, just alone, okay? This, interestingly enough, supports Reed Malloy's earlier recommendations that when you have people who do stalking, threats, and harassment, a team approach is the most effective one. And, you know, that I do think that's true. I think it's more likely to be effective. Also effective are changes to our professional lives and home lives in terms of security. But the most common response that in surveyed professionals around the country is to confront patients directly. The third most common was to refer elsewhere. And these latter two are only partly effective depending on who that client is. More severe personality disorder pathology were motivated by resentment. They were not very impacted by confrontation or clinical interventions. They were the ones who need to have third-party or external supports come in to the clinical dyad. That might mean having an attorney write a letter or calling police if need be, changing one's phone number. There really had to be kind of very practical interventions. The higher functioning patients and clients, including those with personality disorders, motivated, but though especially by infatuation, clinical interventions in the relationship were more effective. And, you know, when we work with higher functioning people in general, addressing directly the erotic transference or the attraction that the person may have can help deepen the relationship, but not so much with folks with more severe personality disorders. Effectiveness of strategies depending on infatuation versus resentment. When you've got both, it's more complex, of course, and Dr. Kind has to deal with that pretty directly. But confronting an infatuated patient was effective about 50% of the time. Seeking legal assistance, police, attorney, had the highest rate of effectiveness for the resentful clients. So Dr. Kind did the confrontation. Now she may need to bring in, if, as we're seeing, Mr. Lonely persisted in his stalking, just change the setting. Higher intensity limits were most effective, again, with resentful and patients' clients. That is, discontinuing contact if the person was harassing or threatening. The clinician responses to STHB have to be devised within the context of who that patient is, okay? It's not a one-size-fits-all. So, unfortunately, because what the data shows is that a pretty large number of us will be stalked or harassed, and thankfully it's a smaller number who will be attacked, but still not insubstantial. We really have to know the environment we're in. So if you're in private practice, there are a series of steps you can take, and I'll talk about those in a moment, that are going to differ than those practices or steps you'll take if you work in a clinic or a large organization, okay? But the first steps is to know what the policies are in your environment, and if you don't have any because you're it, like me, right? Then develop your own steps and prepare for what I will do if there is a threat or a stalking or harassment, right? And the first point, be aware, many of us learned this in our internships and our postdocs. Be aware of physical safety considerations. There is a debate about should you sit near the door or let the client sit near the door so they don't have to pass by you when you ask them to leave. And, there are benefits to both, but be thoughtful. If I'm going to have sessions with people, or I believe this person is more volatile, I may want to change the seating arrangements so that there's more something blocking their direct access to me. Maybe I'm sitting behind my desk today. Okay. If you're working alone, like many of us do, have a higher threshold for the kind of patients or clients you accept. You may be very skilled and be DBT trained in working with borderline patients or cluster B patients, but if you're doing solo practice, you have to be more careful and screen better. Okay. Try to get history and prior records and assess interactions with other providers. If they've got a history of stalking or threats or harassment, see if you can refer to a team setting so that they're more able to address the issue in the manner that Reed Malloy talks about and that DBT encourages. If you're going to continue with the person, maybe they stalked somebody or they harassed them and they feel terrible about it, and they have some of that preoccupied attachment relationship issues. They seem to have resolved it some. Be very clear about what behavior is okay and what is not. And it doesn't mean that you have to put in your informed consent form. If you go online and search me, I'm kicking you out of therapy. You can say, if you're doing that, I want you to talk about it with me. It's part of the therapy, right? If it gets uncomfortable for me, I will let you know. And I will hope that you respect that I will ask you to stop. If you don't, then we'll have to talk about that in here and see about other ways my supporting you to set limits. And we'll talk about if that doesn't work too. So, but be clear, here's what's going to happen if a boundary like that is violated. And especially be careful with cluster B if you accept gifts, even small ones. Decline social media contacts, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, okay, YouTube channels. Really clear rules about personal contact online, and have an explicit electronic communications policy. We have this again under our document guides that you can take a look at, so I won't go into it. But stick to your policy. Try not to violate it. Now, quite a while ago, it's been about 30 years ago, 33 years ago to be exact, Glenn Gabbard and Tom Goodheil wrote a classic article on the distinction between boundary crossings and boundary violations. And they noted that boundary crossings, while they're deviations from typical therapeutic activity, they are potentially beneficial and harmless and may actually help. For boundary violations, they are transgressions that are harmful and are very possibly exploitative of patients or clients. And they are often reflective more of the provider's needs and motives rather than the needs in therapy. And they're the misuse of power. And Goodheil makes a very important recommendation, especially with elevated risk patients and especially with those people who have a history of STHB. And that is set boundaries clearly at the outset of treatment and reinforce them as treatment progresses. And he points out that even theoretically benign crossings can be misconstrued by a client or patient or portrayed by them in a worse light in a subsequent licensing board complaint or a lawsuit. So we should cross boundaries with circumspection and a lot of consultation, all right? And the higher risk situations for us where there's more likelihood of there being a problem related to boundaries and stalking, threatening, and harassing behavior are with clients who ask clinicians to step outside our usual role, and especially those we don't know well, right? When we do know them well and they're highly demanding, then you stick to your limits and boundaries. If we're vulnerable at a particular time, for many of the reasons we spoke about at the beginning of the day. And as my friend and colleague Jeff Youngren likes to say, when we let our unbridled desire to help take flight without consideration for Am I competent in writing this disability, long-term disability? Is it a conflict for me, a multiple relationship because I'm the treater? Do I have the training? And what might the impact be on my current role, right? And then the person starts harassing me to continue to provide these letters over the course of the next weeks and months with the disability insurance company. So boundary crossings or violations, but especially violations, increase risk when it's by the client or by us. And if a boundary is crossed by the client or they're pushing or asking for one, talk about it explicitly. Don't just let it slide. Document discussions. And for yourselves, of course, consult, but reassess the risk and protective factors with the clients and patients. And be sensitive to cultural norms about sending wrong messages. So let's say it was an in-person service that Dr. Kind was providing, and she very benignly crossed because Mr. Lonely was just so upset about the difficulties at work, and he had begun to cry, and she put her hand on his arm. If he was from a culture that says that a person touching you really has mostly an erotic implication, this would not be a great idea. And so expressing one's empathy and comfort and support orally, verbally, is what's necessary. Unfortunately, for cisgender and transgender females and younger clinicians, be especially cautious about crossing boundaries, because what happens is that often clients misconstrue. And that has to do with very dominant, in many cultures, very dominant views of contact. You're going to be surprised, just like I mentioned earlier in the day. Consult early and often. Colleagues, professional organizations, risk managers, before you directly confront somebody who you think may be stalking. And get support not only with how to respond, but just in terms of your self-care. These are sometimes frightening situations. Consultation also helps protect you on the licensing board and liability side. Okay, it can help if we believe we need to breach confidentiality to protect ourselves, and increase self-care, our own therapy. Document the incidents that have occurred and the steps that you've taken to try to address them. Now, I went ahead of myself a little bit here. Let's say you have a client who stalks like Mr. Lonely, and like Dr. Kind, you set a limit and he gets really upset and angry. Doesn't seem to be handling it very well. One of the questions that I'm sure she would have is, can I salvage this? Am I comfortable being in this relationship? This requires careful consideration. Do not decide it on your own. We are permitted to terminate relationships under 10.01 of our ethics code. It's not abandonment if you are threatened, or if somebody else close to your client is threatening, or if your family members are threatened. And in those cases, we don't have to do the typical termination sessions if that would pose physical risk to us. Okay. If you're planning to continue the relationship, it's going to be even more important to have initial risk management consultation and then to have ongoing treatment consultation to assist. Okay. An active ongoing risk assessment is crucial for us. Consider the need also to bring other people in, whether it's having your client be in a skills group or a social support group, or if they stalked and you had an attorney because they didn't listen to you, write a cease and desist letter, then make sure that you let them know that may happen again, and you may need to reach out. Okay, and of course, good documentation. Some instances, and then I will get to our conclusion and remaining questions. In some instances, you're going to need to discontinue all contact with a physical threat or, of course, an attack, and conclude the treatment. Try to refer the person. If possible, and you're in a clinic, have your administrative staff handle the communication so that you allow yourself distance. You don't want to expose them to risk, so it'll be important to be careful. And be really disciplined in resisting patient contact attempts. You know the strength of variable ratio reinforcement. Right? And even though it may not be in the long term effective, seriously consider hospitalization when you have a person who is making physical threats. It can make things worse in roughly 25% of cases. But what that means is that in 75% of the cases, it didn't. It was at least neutral, all right? There may need to be criminal justice involvement, attorneys, law enforcement. If you're going to have to release information, release only the minimum necessary information, okay? And our code 4.05 allows us to breach confidentiality. We're supposed to consult first, but if there's a threat of harm to you, you will also get protected. And how the person responds to the ending of treatment should be documented. If they feel humiliated or rejected, be extra careful. As Reed Malloy talks about, these are those dramatic moments that could increase risk, their sense of being rejected. So overall, today we've talked about a range of difficult conversations that are manageable, but not easy. Dealing with an impaired or unethical colleague, addressing microaggressions, the access to records that's immediate and unfiltered, mandated reporting, conflicts of interest, and patients and clients going all over literal map, and then stalking, threats, and harassment. And please consider in each of these and remember our model, our acronym of be safer, breathe and slow down, maintain your humility, use solid informed consent, and access routine consultation. Try to follow that structured decision making. Define, generate, evaluate, choose, and implement, and see if you can get feedback. And engage in regular self-care. And of course, good documentation from start to finish, okay? A few other reminders. It's good to check in with ourselves about how we're doing intellectually, emotionally, physically, in terms of our cultural humility, our general sense of humility. Make sure you're familiar with the legal standards of those jurisdictions into which you are practicing, and be thoughtful about and careful about multiple relationships and client and patient characteristics, and take complaints seriously. And make sure you notify your insurance carrier if you have a credible threat of a lawsuit or a licensing board complaint. My concluding thoughts before I get to questions and Karen concludes our workshop today. Strive to be aware of who you are. You count. You matter. You're the one and the vehicle through which these services are being provided. All of us make mistakes. We can't help everyone know everything or go it alone, okay? We're going to see so much change in the upcoming years, accelerated, I think, because of technology. And we have to balance how much we go with it and how much we stay with and determine risk. And like a well-lived life, having humility and a sense of humor really matters. So let me see if I can try to answer some questions. And I was asked to put up the New York telehealth guidelines link again. I will go ahead and do that after I get through questions, if you'll hang on for a minute or two. This person said they hear different things, and I'm curious about our response. Is there a serious repercussion from a legal perspective for automatically shredding test materials, i.e. protocols, after including raw data on a neuropsych report, so that we can ensure their protection? There could be, Anonymous, and the reason for that is those data, if you're doing them, particularly in a forensic setting, you can get in hot water, as can I. But if you document the raw data, and by raw data, I mean client responses elsewhere, there may be an argument for shredding them. But the protocols themselves, patients and clients usually don't get access to. So differentiating raw data from protocols, it's permissible in many circumstances, but especially in forensic, be really careful. You got to consult about though. Dr. Spar, you asked, is California 30-day consecutive or per year? As of the first of this year, it is 30-day consecutive. So you only have a month. That's it. Okay, unfortunately. And this was another question here about, I struggle to understand this in some cases. For example, if I had a high-risk patient, suicidal ideation at the moment, but a history of attempts and recently unstable, they're going on vacation out of state. Isn't it more risky for me to refuse to see that person for that 1 week than to see them in the state where I'm not licensed? I actually think you're right. I think where the confusion happens here is that we can, because the person is higher risk and they're moving or they're going to be longer term in the other state, we feel as if, anonymous, that we need to stick with them. I think we still try to keep it relatively short term and transfer their care. But I would tend to agree, if that client calls you from another state and they're suicidal, it would be much more problematic to just say, I can't talk to you. You're in New Jersey. I'm not licensed there. I would be worried about that ethically, clinically, and as a risk manager. So I understand your confusion.